Welcome to the stream. I'm about to play a game that it's a very infamous game. It is a game that is if you're into visual novels at all, you've probably have heard of this game. Especially older visual novel games where, this game is very controversial. I understand a lot of the stuff in this game is going to be a lot. It's going to be a lot to take in for this one. It's a little slow. So be prepared for that. But if you wanted my most disturbing game in my library, and you got it. This is the Song of Saya. The first thing I want to say real quick, there is a mature content description. This game contains content that may not be appropriate for all audiences. Please do not play this game if you are sensitive to displays of blood, gore, death, partial nudity, sexual themes, or Lovecraftian horror. So without further ado, I don't think there's voiceovers for this, so I'm pretty sure I have to read it to you guys, which is fine. This story is a work of fiction. The procedures and conditions described herein are imaginary and do not reflect actual medical practice. Do you need it turned up? Because I can turn it up a little bit too. Also, just want to... He's explaining shit, so don't... Yeah, I'm explaining it, so just... Yeah. Alright, but first off, I just want to say thank you to Estefania Sane, Wonder Red, Glitchy, Devin, and who else is here? Aiden as well. Thanks for coming to the stream tonight, guys. And without further ado, let's do this. The wriggling mass of flesh burbles. Three such creatures sit around the table in front of me, slurping filthy sludge from their cups as they trade whines, growls, and sounds that I cannot describe. Hey, Helen. We're doing it anyway. Welcome to the stream, that one with the hat. If this goes really poorly, this might actually end up... I know. I'm very aware. I am very, 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 very aware. Also, before we also get further into this, I just want to also say I do not condone anything in this game at all, period. Just because I have viewed this does not mean I enjoy this. Anyway. Sounds that I cannot describe. God, this game is disgusting. By listening carefully, I am able to grasp the gist of their conversation and respond when it is required of me. This is necessary to avoid arousing their suspicion. However, these creatures they are my friends, apparently. I wish that I could still deny it, but I gave up on that a long time ago. Night after night, I went to sleep praying for an end to this nightmare, only to wake each morning to the same twisted hellscape as the day before. I know now that I have to blend in, that I have to act like one of them, Such has been my life these past 3 months, and so it will remain until the day I die. Judging by its tone, this one must be Koji, and the one next to him squealing more than the others is probably Omi. Which means that the one next to me is Yo, though I can no longer see any trace of her once attractive features. I try my best to ignore the rotten stench of excrement that issues from her quivering flesh. I know, Helen, I know. I know. God, I know. We'll see what happens. If people don't end up liking, or if people don't watch the rest, we might not even finish this game. Everything has changed, or almost everything. By some cruel trick of fate, my relation... If I get banned from YouTube, we're going to Twitch. My relationship to the world alone remains the same, as if an insane architect took the blueprints of my life and rebuilt it out of blood and gore. These monsters and I were part of the same college club. We studied together, ate together, we even went skiing together every winter break. Hold on, I'm going to change this to where I can actually see everybody's. I can see it, yes. The viewers in the chat asked me how to find us. Why did I... Now these are but painful memories of days that will never return. If only no one recognized me, I might have been able to disconnect myself from the world. It would have been comforting in comparison to believe that I had been abducted by aliens or that I had stumbled through a gateway to hell. But no, this is beyond a doubt the city where I was born and raised, the society that I was part of for 20 years, save that I, and I alone, can no longer see it that way. The world as I knew it is gone. I have no place to call home. Anyway, I can tell that whatever they're discussing is of no importance to me. I decide to keep quiet while pretending to listen. Yes, make sure to subscribe to the channel as well. But just then... Hey, Fuminori, one of the flesh beasts says as it swivels its bloodshot eyes toward me. What do you think? About what? I try desperately to suppress my loathing and behave normally, but my hoarse voice ruins the attempt. We're talking about this year's ski trip. A slimy hole near... Oh, wait. This year's ski trip. You're coming too, right? A slimy hole near the top of the creature writhes nauseatingly as it vomits some semblance of words. That must be Koji's face, or what I would have seen as such 3 months ago. Unable to stomach the sight of it, I avert my eyes and give a neutral answer. I don't know. You have other plans? Not really. These are my closest companions. One of them had even wished to be more. How many nights have I spent crying in loneliness, lamenting the friends who no longer exist? You should ignore the maiden, yes. In 3 months, my tears ran dry, and now there is only loathing left in me, surrounded by hideous creatures that I can only assume are Koji, Omi, and Yo. I spend each day trying to act as I always have. If I fail at this, I'll surely be sent back to the hospital. Only this time, I'll be locked away forever. No matter what, I won't let that happen. I mean, it's not like physical activity could affect your injuries, right? I'm not sure. I'll ask the doctor during my checkup. That's it. I can't look at them or bear their screeching any longer. I jump to my feet, desperate to escape. Hey, Fuminori! A spray of stringy slime from the cilia around its voice box flies at me. I try to cover myself, but too late to keep the slime from splattering across my face like the yolk of a rotten egg. I'm about to lose it. I want to grab a chair, a desk, anything within reach, and use it to smash the life out of this creature, ending it all. I barely suppress the impulse. I mustn't let on that something is wrong. However, they look to me. This is their world. I'm the outsider here. Like I said, today's my checkup. I've got to go. Struggling to put on a smile, I reach into my wallet, pull out the first bill I find, and put it on the table without even looking at it. I don't care about the change. I just need to get out of here, now. Later, I mutter hastily, and flee the cafeteria. I'm not crazy. Hey, says Takahata Omi, why don't we go somewhere we can skate for this year's ski trip? Tsukaba Yo frowns at the suggestion. Skate? But why go to a ski resort to skate? Haha, give her a break, Tsukuba. It's all she talks about these days. Tono Koji supports Omi with a laugh. Her impromptu suggestions are nothing new, and it's Koji's role as her boyfriend to provide backup. They're a good match for each other, Yo thinks. Sometimes it makes her jealous. I mean, she'd seriously never gone skating before. I took her the other day. Hey, is it really that strange? Not many people start skating in their 20s, you know. I was scared when I was little. Those shoes looked like big knives. But you picked it up just like that. That's pretty amazing, Omi. It's a lot of skiing. You keep your weight forward and use the angle of the shoes to steer. He made it sound so easy, I figured I should give it a try, and it was fun. So it was a date. Yo feels a stab of envy. Koji and Omi enjoy their time together, as normal lovers do. That's certainly not something that should make her jealous. It's just that her luck in love has been bad. Oh, well, I want to see Omi skate too. Yo keeps her voice upbeat, trying to cover up her disquiet. She knows that it's wrong to envy her friends. She too would be spending time with the man she admires, if not for the terrible tragedy that befell him. His true misfortune, her bad luck, doesn't begin to compare. So how about it? If we make the next ski trip a skating trip too, it'll be twice as fun. But you can skate at a skating rink, can't you? Why go all the way to a ski resort? I don't want to skate indoors. I want to skate outside on a lake or something. That sounds fun, but won't it be crowded? While speaking, Yo sneaks a sideways glance at the young man sitting next to her. Although the conversation has involved only 3 people so far, there are in fact 2 couples at the cafeteria table. Yo's boyfriend, though there's still some doubt over whether he could be called that, is beside her, as silent and expressionless as a statue. Hey, Fuminori, what do you think? Perhaps Koji sensed Yo's pain in his usual quiet and considerate way. About what? The cause of Yo's distress, Sakisaka Fuminori responds to Koji's quiet query with a vague, mumbled question of his own. Hey, KZ, welcome to the stream. Can you move your camera? Oh, yeah, I can do that. My apologies. I'm gonna have to shrink myself. 'Cause maybe I can be down here. How's that? It's kind of like, or I can put myself right here. How's that? Is that better? You like that? Hello, David. Welcome to the stream. All right, hold on. Hold on. All right. Yeah, I have to shrink though because I'll be blocking and everything. But yeah, I will. Sorry about that. I've been looking at this, so I wasn't really seeing the chat because it's like all the dialogue's over here and you guys are over here. But Okay. We're talking about this winter ski trip. You're coming too, right? Koji speaks gingerly as though probing a tumor. A few months ago, he would not have hesitated to rebuke Fuminori for his attitude. Their long acquaintance had forged a strong and honest friendship, but now... I don't know, Fuminori responds, bluntly, his downcast eyes and sullen demeanor making it clear that he has no desire to break his silence. You have plans? Not really. Even Koji, Fuminori's best friend, cannot communicate with him as before. What hope does Yo have of breaking through his shell? The scars left by the events of that late summer day are still deep all these months later. Each one of the four bears them, not only Fuminori. I mean, it's not like physical activity could affect your injuries, right? Not sure. I'll ask the doctor during my checkup. As though that answer drained the last of his patience, Fuminori bolts out of his chair. Hey, Fuminori! Even Koji can't keep his voice from rising as he tries to stop Fuminori from leaving. Alright, fine. I'll move to the bottom right. Whoops, I'm moving the game. Move to the bottom right. And increase myself. My power is growing. Alright, not too much though. There we go. Is that better? I did see the Miku RG, the Real Grade 2.0. I do want it. Okay. Fuminori reacts swiftly, throwing his hand over his face as though to shield himself from something terrifying. Maybe some spit flew inadvertently from Koji's mouth, but that happens sometimes. Fuminori's reaction is beyond the pale. Like I said, Fuminori snaps, making no attempt to relieve the discomfort of his friends. Today is my checkup. I have to go. I would not want to make that Zaku Miku. Oh god, putting that unless they do a Real Grade 2.0 of the Zaku, whatever. then I'll consider it then. Even as he tosses money on the table to pay for his coffee, he acts like he's touching something filthy. Later. Fuminori stalks out of the cafeteria, almost as if he's running away. Cloaked in heavy silence, the remaining three lower their gaze to the table where the abandoned 10,000 yen bill sways forlornly. Fuminori's coffee is untouched. I can't take this anymore, Omi says with a sigh, but Koji shakes his head reproachfully. Fuminori just needs a little more time. But it's been 3 months. What's with his attitude? I feel like I'm going crazy hanging around him. Hey, I don't understand what he's going through either. I don't think any of us can. Maybe. Oh, by the way, I got an Ultraman kit for the kit that I'll post a picture of it when I'm finished with it. Hey, I don't understand what's going on through him either. I don't think any of us can. Can you imagine losing your whole family like that? That'd screw anyone up. It could have happened to anyone. A tractor trailer flipped over on the highway, crushing the Sakisaka family car into twisted scrap. They said it had been difficult to tell the bodies of Fuminori's parents apart. For a while, it had looked as if there was no hope for Fuminori either. It was nothing short of a miracle that he was able to leave the hospital and return to a normal life. He was worse when he went to see him in the hospital, remember? He was terrified of us, like he didn't know who we were. He even had to be tied to the bed. He freaked out so bad. I'm just glad he's made it this far. There's still something strange about him. What's with the way he looked at us? It's like we're not even human. Cut it out, Omi, Koji says forcefully, probably less out of empathy of his friend than one of consideration for Yo. That might be it. I'm not sure. Also, what are you guys sending me? Yeah, the stream is... okay. Okay, anyway. Okay, so... let's see. While Koji's kindness makes her happy, Yo also knows that she mustn't take advantage of it. Fuminori is the victim, just as Koji said. He's the one who most deserves sympathy. Yo's feelings for Fuminori are her problem, and no one else's. She doesn't blame Fuminori for not giving her an answer after she worked up the courage to ask him out. In fact, she thinks even more fondly of him for taking the time to consider that she would have had he treated their relationship casually. Apparently, the fact that Fuminori did not reject her was enough to make them a couple in Koji and Omi's eyes. They've had plenty of fun at Yo and Fuminori's expense since. The truth of it, though, is that he still hasn't given her an answer. After revealing her feelings to him, Yo didn't see Fuminori again until a week later, and then she could only stare at his broken body through the window of the ICU. And when he was finally released, after 50 days that seemed an eternity, he was somehow different. Would I want a Gundam that played Fortnite with me or be my bodyguard? I guess bodyguard. How is a Gundam going to play Fortnite with me? He can't... Do they make keyboards that big? And she's starting to doubt that he even remembers what she confessed to him before the accident. Now winter is coming, and her feelings hang forgotten in the cold, lonely air. Dr. Tambo Ryoko has never had a more troublesome patient. Lord have mercy. Any changes since your last visit? No, nothing to speak of. His voice is hard and flat. His words toss carelessly into the air. It's like he's speaking to himself in an empty room. Ryoko is a surgeon, not a psychiatrist, but even she can sense the thickness of the wall he has erected between himself and the world. Any nausea, dizziness, or hallucinations? No. While Sagisaka appears to be looking at Ryoko, his gaze is actually aimed a fraction down and to the side. He's only superficially engaged in the conversation when in truth it does not interest him in the slightest. Perfect rejection. You know, he'll see. He'll see. Patience. Patience. Realizing that she can't interview him like this, Ryoko sighs and sets her chart aside. Mr. Sakisaka, the procedure you received at this hospital was the latest in experimental neurosurgery. We explained this before, didn't we? Treatment of subdural hematoma, though the use of micromachines, a procedure available in Japan exclusively here at T University, had been the only way to save Sakisaka Fuminori from a cerebral contusion that should have been fatal. With any experimental treatment, there is always the risk of unexpected complications. Of course. Sakisaka Fuminori's lips twist slightly in what might be a bitter or mocking smile, but it is gone before Ryoko can discern its meaning. There's worse games than this one, but I can't play it. Like, this is like the limit. Normally, I would never say anything to frighten a patient, but there have been reports of serious neurological disorders post-surgery. We must continue to monitor your condition carefully. Hence these weekly checkups, if only he would take them a little more seriously. This is the fucked up one. How was last week's MRI? Sakisaka asked, abruptly as if to catch Ryoko off guard. MRI, magnetic resonance imaging, is a way for doctors to examine the brain in detail without opening the patient's skull. Surprised by Sakisaka's uncommon technical knowledge, Ryoko recalls his profile. Oh, that's right. You're a medical student, aren't you? The kind of anomaly you're worried about should show up on the MRI, right? Did you find anything? No. There was nothing, not the slightest hint of abnormal activity for a procedure with such a low rate of success. The results have been nothing short of miraculous. Also, welcome Sabrizi to the stream. However, something still bothers Ryoko. She can't shake the feeling that he's hiding something beneath his guarded exterior. Some terrible weight on his soul, perhaps. But if it's an inorganic problem, then there's nothing she can do as long as he refuses to explain it. I'm fine. I've been on my own for 3 months without any problems. What could go wrong now? Please, you know that continued observation is required after these difficult surgeries. You have to trust us a little more. I suppose you're right. I do want to trust you, Doctor. Can I come to you with anything? Yes, of course, Ryoko answers. Smiling to cover up her irritation, Sakisaka asked exactly in the same question during last week's visit. Well then, let's pick up where we left off. Have you learned anything from Dr. Ogai? Unable to answer, Ryoko hardens the mask of her smile. As before, the patient is inquiring about someone whom he has no business knowing. If you don't mind my asking, what does Dr. Ogai have to do with your treatment? You just told me to trust you and now you're keeping secrets? Ryoko is used to patients treating her with hostility. Some degree of paranoia is natural when dealing with a person whose mistakes could kill you. In Sakisaka, however, she doesn't see the anxiety that other patients exhibit. His demeanor is perfectly calm, almost like a detective questioning a suspect. He left this hospital some time ago. I never had any contact with him myself. Do you know why he left? Yes, I believe it was personal, Ryoko answers smoothly, her earlier hesitation gone. Having decided at the outset to lie, she has no trouble doing so with a straight face. But why do you keep asking about Dr. Ogai? Are you acquainted? Did you know that the doctor has gone missing? No. Ryoko realizes that her answer may have been a little too quick. She should have acted more surprised. I've recently become close with a relative of his. It was she who asked me to find him. A relative? Ryoko considers this with a frown. I didn't think Dr. Ogai had any relatives. Oh, who told you that? I heard it from a nurse, Ryoko replies, remembering that she just claimed to have had no contact with the man. I see, the doctor was famous enough to have nurses gossiping about him. I hear he was an unusual man. I get that comment a lot myself. But no one knows why he left the university. Ryoko falls silent, knowing that this isn't a topic that she can brush away with a smile. Sakisaka seems to have finally grasped her mood. However, as his strangely stiff tone softens a little, please, I have to find Dr. Ogai. There's a girl who needs him. Can't you help me? Isn't this something the police should handle? Although she makes it sound like the most obvious thing in the world, the suggestion is actually a gamble. If Dr. Ogai Masahiko's disappearance becomes a police matter, then the university will be investigated. Everyone who was involved in the incident will be at risk of exposure. Let's see. I'm literally driving home, but I couldn't. Okay. Well, make sure you drive home safe. Make sure to tell me what? Okay. And of course that includes Ryoko herself. She knows, however, that Sakisaka is unlikely to go to the police. First of all, his excuse is obviously a lie. They already made sure that Ogai had no relatives who might come looking for him, which is why they could bury the truth of what happened. But then, how did Sakisaka, a mere patient, learn about Ogai? I'd be happy to help, but there's been no word from Dr. Ogai since he resigned last April. I can only assume that he's gone on an extended vacation. I see. Expecting resistance, Ryoko is surprised when Sakisaka backs down. She's still worried about his condition, and the mysterious link between him and Ogai is only making her more uneasy. But as long as he doesn't open up to her, there's nothing she can do. Honestly, I think Ogai? My bad. Ogai? I thought it was Ogai, but Ogai. Okay. Ogai. Ogai. Ooga booga. That's it. That's what it is. Unga bunga is only Ogai. But as long as he doesn't open up to her, there's nothing she can do. After a brief pause, Ryoko writes progress good on Sakisaka's chart for today. About next week's appointment, how does 4 o'clock sound again? Before she can finish, Sakisaka is gone. We're back to the flesh room. It looks like someone sprayed the walls with pig guts from ceiling to floor. What color should the walls of a hospital be? White, of course. And to the creatures of rotten flesh shambling around me, I'm sure this hallway looks just as white as it should. I know intellectually that the walls are white. I know that the flesh beasts are really human. I'm the one with the problem, and it's because I've accepted that that I'm able to lead something approaching a normal life. Even if my university's medical department is nowhere near as good as T University's, I'm still a medical student specializing in neurology. I have a basic idea of what has happened to me, though it's hard to believe. This isn't a pathological condition. It's probably some form of agnosia, unlike anything that has ever been studied before. The flesh beast called Tanbo Ryoko said that other patients had developed neurological disorders after receiving the same treatment I did. So I guess I'm just another failure. It makes me want to laugh in that know-it-all doctor's face. That said, I don't blame the doctors who operated on me. After all, I do owe them my life. I know as well as anyone how low the chance of success was, and that I had no other hope of survival. I was unlucky. That's all there is to it. The point is that my condition isn't treatable. Just like someone adapting to a hearing aid or wheelchair, I have no choice but to adapt to this nauseating scenery. Of course, it's hard. It wasn't easy to resign myself to this fate. But now there's more than just despair. Even for me, there's a glimmer of hope. Keeping my eyes on my feet, I hurry home. I live in a quiet suburban neighborhood and a house that's much too large for me alone. My parents, even unluckier than I was, died in the accident 3 months ago. I couldn't even go to the funeral, being in intensive care. I had to sell my father's business, but at least that left me with the house and enough money to live on for a while. Of course, I'm sad, but the accident took more from me than my parents. In fact, being on my own has probably saved me. If they were still alive, my parents would never have allowed me to live with some strange girl. Welcome home. As I open the door, a bright voice greets me from the kitchen. The voice is beautiful and clear as a bell. Human. Its sweet sound washes the days of cacophony from my memory. I'm home, Saya. Even the patter of feet coming down the hallway is music to my ears. Nowhere else in the city can I hear such footsteps. Only in this house with Saya am I so privileged. I want to make sure that I'm saying that right too. Is it Saya or is it Saya? Please, can you stream Bindi Lone Wolf, please? I will think about it, Devin. Okay. You're late. I was a little worried. Saya. Okay, Saya it is. You're late. I was a little worried. Sorry I had to stop by the hospital today. Oh, that was today? And her smile, and the inquisitive tilt of her head, is everything that I have lost. Since my accident, this girl is the only person I've met, perhaps the only person in the entire world, who does not trigger my cognitive disorder. True, her skin seems too white, and the color of her eyes and hair is probably different in reality, but even so, her form is undeniably human. And it's not just her appearance and her voice either. As I bend down to take off my shoes, Saya wraps her arms around my neck and pulls me gently into her chest. Her skin feels truly human, not cold or slimy, and from her hair wafts a sweet feminine fragrance. In all the world, only Saya is pleasing to my 5 senses. And what's more, she smiles at me, embraces me. She knows that she is my salvation and for some reason is happy that I need her. If I had not met Saya, if I had been all alone in this twisted, filth-ridden world, I would no doubt have succumbed to madness. It is no exaggeration to say that Saya alone is keeping me alive. What did you do today? Worked on the living room. The painting's half done, and now I'm making your dinner like I learned from the TV. Sounds good. Oh, it's Saya? Okay, so I was right. Or no, I wasn't. I was saying say it. Saya. Okay. Saya. I'll take a little longer. Can you wait? Sure, I'll do some more work in the living room. After I see the humming, Saya off to the kitchen, I step into the living room. This is just gonna be, Justin, can you pronounce this correctly, please? I realize which is fair. I realized one day that if the neutral colors of the world were sickening and all I do was paint over them with colors that seemed pleasant, I went to the hardware store and bought every color of paint I could find. Then Saya and I tried to different combinations until we found one that worked. After painting the bedroom from ceiling to floor, I was finally able to get my first good night's sleep since the accident. When we first started on the living room, Saya, unsure what to do with the curtains, just painted carefully around the windows. Without a moment's hesitation, I tore the curtains down and painted over the glass itself. There'll never be anything out there that I'd want to see, and as long as we keep the storm shutters closed, the neighbors probably won't think anything of it. Dinner's ready. Can you bring it in here? As she enters the living room with a tray of food, Saya sniffs the air. The paint smell doesn't bother you? Now that she mentions it, I suppose the smell of paint thinner must be building up in this closed room. It doesn't really bother me, though. There are far worse smells outside. Does it bother you? No, I'm fine if you are. Don't be in a room full of paint fumes. Saya sets the food on the table. Unfortunately, neither its color nor its smell is at all appetizing. Not that food elsewhere is any different. Thanks, Saya. As has become routine, I steel myself and methodically transport the food into my mouth. The taste is as gut-wrenching as I expected, but it's not Saya's fault. I'm sure she made it exactly like the cooking show said. It's just that my taste buds can't accept it. It's not good? She asked hesitantly. Well, no. Lying won't make Saya happy. She knows about my condition. Don't worry about it. I'll make something different tomorrow. Sorry, you always go to the trouble of cooking, but It's fine. If I keep trying, maybe I'll find something you'll like. In my current state, eating is nothing more than an unwelcome duty. As much as I hate it, I need food to survive. If I stay alive, then perhaps one day, as Saya says, I'll be able to taste something delicious again. I met Saya, didn't I? Aren't you going to eat? No, I already ate. In all the time we've been together, Saya has never once eaten with me. I don't know why she refuses to do so. It makes me a little sad. Still, I'm not able to push the issue, not when she's putting up with all the problems I have. By the way, I asked about your father again. You did? Dr. Ogai Masahiko is Saya's father and her only living relative. Saya has asked me to unravel the mystery of his disappearance. They still wouldn't tell me anything. I get the feeling they're hiding something. Oh. I expected Saya to be a little more disappointed. You haven't given up, have you? No, Saya responds with an unreadable expression. It's not that. She gives a little shake of her head and smiles at me once again. Thanks for all you're doing for me. It's nothing compared to what you've done for me. I thank her for the meal and set my chopsticks down next to the perfectly clean plate. As wretched as the taste was, thinking of the care that Saya put into it gave me the strength to finish every bite. Is it bath time? I might actually have to block the viewing for this. Yeah, will you wash my back again? Sure. Ever since Saya moved in, it's been like having my own wife. Hold on, I want to make sure. This could get a little dicey here. Why are you so good to me? Okay, this isn't the part I was thinking of. Is this truly what you want? What am I that you can give yourself to me, body and soul? Is this merely sympathy? Do you pity me, the exile from society? Is that enough for you to surrender yourself to such mad desire? Are you so wanton? Saya is here. She is with me now. Only in this moment is her existence certain. Only when I am joined with her can I believe. No matter what cruel fate might await me, Saya, there is nothing I fear more than losing you. Fuminori, are you crying? I realize that my cheeks are wet with tears. Why, Saya? Why do you go so far for me? Fuminori, I don't understand it. I don't, but I'm losing myself to you more every day. I can't live without you, Saya. I wrap my arms tighter around her, praying that our bodies will melt together and never again be apart. Tell me, please, what must I do to keep you with me? How can I repay you? Keep holding me, Saya whispers into my chest. I want to stay like this forever. I won't leave you, Fuminori. Why? Why me? Because you're all alone, she says softly, gazing up into my eyes. All alone, just like me. The sorrow in her voice resonates with my own. There's a deep loneliness in her eyes, a loneliness from which now springs boundless affection. You're all I have. In the whole wide world, only you will embrace me, my precious Fuminori. Now I know. No matter what horrors this world unleashes upon me, all I'll ever need is Saya. Make sure we don't... Okay. Yao is determined to talk to him today. Nothing will happen as long as she hesitates. It will only prolong her suffering. The time has come to show courage once again. Yao's fourth period on Thursdays is biology. This is her one chance to see Fuminori. As a required course with many students, the lecture is held in a large hall that can seat well over 200. But since the room is usually only half full, it is rarely difficult for Yao to find the seat she wants. Yao prefers to sit near the center, where it is easiest to hear the professor. Most of the students congregate in this area for the same reason. Fuminori usually sits beside her. Although given the ambiguous state of their relationship, she knows better than to take this for granted. Still, she tries to save a seat whenever possible. The classroom isn't crowded today, so Yao is able to set her bag on the seat next to her without inconveniencing anyone. But when the professor arrives at the usual time to start class, there is still no sign of Fuminori. After waiting for about 10 minutes, Yao scans the room furtively. Fuminori is there, sitting alone in the far back corner. Did he miss Yao when he came in? No, he couldn't have. And besides, no serious student would willingly sit so far away from the front. I would usually sit in the back. Feeling miserable, Yao slides her bag back over to herself. Fuminori is out the door the moment class ends. Yao barely manages to catch up to him before he disappears down the hallway. Fuminori. Fuminori jerks at the sound of his name. You would think she just screamed at him. What? He turns to her and asks reluctantly. Now that they're face to face, Yao is painfully aware of how much weight Fuminori has lost. His sunken eyes and protruding cheekbones are a far cry from the features familiar to her. She wonders whether he's under a lot of stress, or perhaps not getting enough nutrition. Maybe it's both. He definitely looks more tense than he should. Afraid, even. Though of what she can imagine. Sorry, I got the hiccups now. His eyes move restlessly from point to point, and he refuses to look Yao in the eye. It hurts to see Fuminori this way. What could have changed him so? Today, she reminds herself, rekindling the flame of courage in her heart. I want to talk to you about something. Do you have some time? The courtyard is empty and silent. No one is willing to sit and chat in the cold November air. So what is it? Don't you remember? Yao almost blurts the question but manages to keep her composure. You've been acting strange lately. I'm worried about you. Well, a lot's happened. He smiles like it's nothing, but even that seems forced. He's even standing precisely one pace farther away from her than he used to. Is that really all? What more do you want? Yao manages to keep from flinching at the harshness of his tone. It's like you're struggling with something. Rather than answer, Fuminori grinds his toe into the dead grass at his feet. Fearing that her determination might flag, Yao lets the words come as they may. It's like there's a terrible weight on your shoulders and it's slowly breaking you. That's how you look to me. Oh, really? Fuminori mutters through clenched teeth, no longer trying to deny or change the topic. This is an even clearer sign or even clearer signal of rejection than his prior evasiveness. But Yo's determination is strong. Today, at least, she won't back down. It's times like these, she implores, trying to convey the sincerity of her feelings for him, that you need your friends. I feel really bad about your parents, but you're not alone. You have Koji and Omi, and you have me. Yo can no longer stop the words pouring from her lips. She fears that if she does not unleash her feelings now, they will be lost forever. I think we can help you so you don't have to deal with it all by yourself. Even if we can't do anything, just talking to us might make you feel better. I want to help you. We all do. So please, tell me... Stop it, Fuminori shouts, silencing Yo's entreaty. She promised herself that she wouldn't back down, but Fuminori's expression is terrible enough to shatter her resolve. The look in his eyes is not anger or any other warm-blooded emotion. It is hate. Murderously cold hate. Come to think of it, I never gave you an answer, did I? He remembers. He remembers, and still he has treated her so coldly. That is all the answer she needs. If his words stab any deeper, she might very well die. I never saw you in any special way before. When you asked me out, I wasn't sure how to respond. I didn't know how I really felt about you then, Fuminori. But now I can give you an answer. I've had plenty of time to think it over, you know. I hate you, Tsukuba. I don't even want to look at you. Don't cry, Yo tells herself, but too late to stop the tears pouring from her eyes. I suppose it's too much to hope I never see you again. We do go to the same school. So just make this the last time you speak to me, okay? Your voice makes me sick. How can you be so cruel? Yo whispers in shock and despair, to which Fuminori twists his lips into a malevolent smile. You should really try thinking for yourself once in a while. I bet it was Koji and Omi's idea, wasn't it? Well, you can play at love all you want, but leave me out of it. That's all Yo can take. Even after shedding tears in front of him, she absolutely refuses to let him hear her cry. Any disgrace would be preferable to breaking down here. So she runs, fleeing breathlessly from the courtyard with Fuminori's cold smile at her back. Omi was the first to catch sight of Yo and Fuminori leaving for the courtyard. Reluctant to interrupt them, but still unwilling to leave them alone, she and Koji ended up watching the whole thing from the shadows. That asshole. Throughout the exchange, Omi was clear... I want to make sure, too. Is it Omai or is it Omi? Was clearly itching to jump out and punch Fuminori in the face. Knowing her temper, Koji kept firm hold of her arm until the end. If he hadn't, she might very well have done it. Fuminori leaves after Yo, his every step seeming to take an act of willpower. Koji sighs heavily into the once more empty courtyard, but the bitter taste in his mouth will not go away. It's Omi. Okay, Omi. I mean, they definitely have like early 2000s, well, at least they're not like Clannad where their eyes are like as big as like their whole face. What's wrong with him? Even Koji cannot figure out Fuminori's treatment of Yo. However, the first thing that he feels is confusion, not anger. Koji has known Fuminori since long before college. Fuminori was never this cruel before. There is no question now that the accident had changed him. Are you just going to let this go? I don't want to, but what can we do? Something besides watch, Omi shouts, her face red with fury. I won't be satisfied until I give him a piece of my mind. That won't make Tsukuba feel better, but it'll make me feel better. Yo and Omi are best friends, just like Koji and Fuminori. In fact, it was the relationship between Koji and Omi that brought the other two together. Omi's anger is only natural. I'm going to talk to him alone. You don't have to come. You serious? Take care of Yo for me, will you? She's probably really hurt. She'll need someone to be nice to her after she's done crying. Wait, shouldn't we switch jobs? You know how I am. If I try to comfort her, I'll end up making it worse. Yeah, you've got a point. Hey. Anyway, just go easy, okay? Ending the conversation before Omi's mood gets any worse, Koji heads off to find Yo. We're back to the sickening, gross world. I feel awful, miserable, but also refreshed. I finally crossed the line. I knew it would come crashing down like this sooner or later, having become unable to feel anything but disgust for other people. There was no way I could hope to maintain the relationships I had had before the accident. Today's incident will definitely get back to Koji and Omi, and everyone will be convinced that I've had a major change of character. Honestly, I don't care anymore. At least I probably won't be committed for this. I just need to avoid acting any stranger than I already have. If this puts a rift between me and the others, good. The thought of all the stress I'll avoid brings a smile to my lips. I'm fed up with them sticking their noses into my life. It's like they don't care that they make my gut turn just by being near me. I've been terrified of them until now, but today I struck fear into one of them. In that sense, it's something of a relief, but I'm not entirely without remorse for what happened. The person I just demolished with the verbal equivalent of a nuclear bomb used to be my friend Yo. Even if my senses don't believe it, my mind accepts the theory. I don't have any particular grudge against Yo herself, and I didn't want to hurt her. In retrospect, perhaps I should have just ignored her outright. Yo was an attractive girl. I certainly didn't think badly of her, to be honest, though. I was annoyed when Koji and Omi tried to stick us together. It felt like they were using us as entertainment, and Yo seemed totally oblivious to the fact that she was dancing to their tune. Her cluelessness was irritating. Still, I knew that none of them meant any harm. Back then, I didn't have any reason to hurt others just to get my way. If having a casual relationship with Yo would keep our circle of friends together, I was willing to make that compromise. Now, however, there is no room in my heart for such forbearance. If merely talking to someone is an ordeal, then how can I be expected to show them kindness? These ruminations have left me exhausted. I want to return to Saya, as soon as possible. But thinking about the packed trains and crowded downtown streets between here and home saps my spirit. Catching sight of a nearby bench, I sit down and close my eyes to the horrors of the world. I can't do anything about the stink or the noise, but at least I can calm my nerves enough to rest. Everyone hanging in there? Thumbs up. When I regained consciousness in the T University hospital ward, the world was as dark as it is now. I had not yet recovered my sight, even though my eyes and optical nerves were undamaged. It must have been an after effect of the accident. Blindness was a shock, but now I know that my suffering then was nothing. After all, my senses of hearing, touch, taste, and smell were all fine at the time. The real horror began when my sight returned. The one small mercy was that I was able to come to terms with the accident in my neurosurgery while still blind. I panicked when I first saw the nightmarish hospital and the blood-curdling shapes of the doctors and nurses, but I soon guessed the cause. It chills me to think of what might have happened if I had recovered my sight along with my consciousness. Suddenly awakening in what can only be described as hell, I would no doubt have lost my mind instantly. Soon my disorder spread to the senses of touch, taste, and smell. As it turns out, sight exerts tremendous influence over the other four. The taste of my food, the feel of my bedsheets, the fragrance of my get-well flowers, all became as unbearably foul as my eyes said they should be. Eventually, when even the doctor's voices became unrecognizable as human, I decided to kill myself. I didn't believe for a second that I could live in this world, or in this new world. At least not until I met Saya. One night, while thinking of a painless way to die, I found myself succumbing to sleep. Drifting between the nightmares in my dreams and the nightmare of reality, I didn't notice her enter my room. The next thing I knew, there was a face staring down at me from next to my bed. The face was not covered in pus or slime or earthworm-like feelers. It had smooth white cheeks, round eyes, a lovely little nose, all things I had never expected to see again. The face was that of a girl, undeniably human and positively glowing with beauty. Ah, I sighed in admiration, savoring the first peace and joy since regaining my sight. She had not expected such a reaction, apparently. "Aren't you afraid of me?" she asked, looking at the clock. I saw that it was exactly 3 in the morning, no time for a young girl to be alone in the hospital. Perhaps she expected me to mistake her for a ghost. But I would not have cared if she had been a ghost. Either way, she was a godsend. "Who are you? What are you doing here?" "I'm Saya. I'm looking for my dad." I assumed that she was the daughter of a late-shift doctor or another patient. It was unusual, but not unthinkable for such a girl to be wandering around the hospital. "It's no fun if you're not scared." "Wait," I cried, desperate to keep her from leaving. It was only after she turned around that I realized I hadn't thought of what to say next. "Well?" Her beautiful eyes drew me in, healing my soul to its core. Through the white haze clouding my mind, I struggled to form a coherent sentence. "I shouldn't do this to a girl, but you're the only one I can ask." No longer concerned with propriety, I let the words come as they willed. "Will you let me hold your hand?" Saya looked confused at first, but then she smiled like she'd just found a new toy. Her smile was brighter than my memories of the sun. "You're strange," she said, holding out her slender white hand. "No one's asked me anything like that before." Ever so carefully, as though catching snowflakes, I placed my palm against hers. "Hey, John, welcome to the stream. How are you today?" I could feel her human warmth and the softness of her delicate fingers. She was there, just beyond the palm of my hand. Thinking back of the joyful tears I shed then, I know that this is the moment I was saved from my fate. And I'm sorry if I stuttered on some of the things. I'm reading this blind, so this is the first time in weeks that I've touched someone and felt them as human. I can't touch anyone else. I was in an accident, and as a side effect of the surgery, I can't see people as human anymore. Playing some Remnant 2. Nice. I think I played that when it came out. I can't see people as human anymore. How mysterious. "You're interesting," she said, winding her fingers gently around mine. "Can I come back tomorrow night?" "Yes, of course, but are you sure it's okay?" "Don't worry," she replied. "The night belongs to me." I then looked at her and suddenly realized she was Batman, and so our rendezvous began. Saya came to my room every night at 3 a.m., skillfully taking advantage of the duty nurse's shift change. I was astonished to learn that she was living inside the hospital. "It's so big that I never run out of places to hide," she said, answering my surprise with a nonchalant smile. She had been living in the suburbs with her father, she told me, until one day she'd suddenly stopped coming home. After she had tired of waiting, Saya had decided one night to sneak into the hospital where he'd work, and there she'd lived for over 2 months, searching for his whereabouts all the while. "Don't you have to go to school?" "No, Dad taught me everything I need to know. I'm really smart." She was a strange girl. On the one hand, she looked and acted like a child. On the other, she was remarkably self-reliant and at times exhibited a sharp intelligence and deep knowledge that many have found unsettling. I didn't care. Saya was the only other human in a world gone mad. Her existence meant far more to me than the standards of society. "Aren't you worried you might get caught?" "Nope. I don't have to worry about food here, and it's a lot more fun than staying in Dad's house by myself." I looked through the patient lists and found the ones who have mental problems, Saya continued, grinning mischievously. "Sometimes I sneak into their rooms late at night and scare them. Even if they raise a fuss, no one believes what mental patients say." "Welcome back, Sabrizi. Hope you enjoyed your shower. They just brushed it off as a bad dream. This game makes me want to take a shower." Her confession reminded me that the hospital was famous for its ghost stories. Who could have imagined that there was actually a real girl impishly roaming these hallways? "So that's why you came to my room the first time?" "Yeah, sorry, are you mad?" While her pranks were hardly praiseworthy, I couldn't bring myself to scold her for the very thing that had brought us together. "You shouldn't do it anymore. Will you come talk to me instead?" "Yeah, that's more fun for me too." Jesus Christ. With extreme care, I was able to conceal my sensory disorder. It was glaringly obvious that the doctors had no way to cure me, and the fact that I had undergone a still experimental procedure made me even more cautious. As a medical student, it was easy for me to imagine how the doctors would react if they discovered that I told you this is the most disturbing game that I have. There's some gross shit in this. Such unusual side effects. I was not about to become a guinea pig, a mere specimen to be examined with clinical detachment. And so I hid my discomfort and loathing behind a mask of normalcy, convincing the doctors that any signs of stress were merely a result of hospitalization. Saya was my support. Looking forward, her nightly visits gave me the strength to endure my daily torture. Hope can make an enormous difference in a patient's progress. With the aid of my secret nurse, I recovered at a pace that left the doctor stunned. On the last night before my release, I summoned my courage and asked her, "Are you going to stay here forever?" Yeah, I couldn't learn anything about my dad, but it's not like I have anywhere else to go. I guess I'll stay as long as I can hide. In other words, there was nothing keeping her there. Why not stay with me? I asked timidly. The question took all the courage I had. Huh? My family's gone, so I have plenty of room. You won't need to hide, and it's not a bad place to live. You want me to live with you? I was too afraid to ask her what she thought of that, so I hastily offered a deal. In exchange, I'll help you look for your father. I'll find him no matter what. I think that's going to be hard, Saya said, looking a little embarrassed. Dad probably did something bad and had to leave the hospital. We can't get the police involved. You'll have to be as discreet as possible. I'll do whatever it takes. Unable to control myself, I finally spoke the truth. I can't be apart from you. At first she looked bewildered, but after a few moments of silence she said, Give me a little time. That night she left my room earlier than usual. On the day of my release, I managed to smile as I accepted the hideous, foul-smelling celebratory bouquet. The flesh beasts calling themselves Koji, Omi, and Yo came to pick me up. Though they had come to see me many times during my stay, it never got easier to see my friends change so horribly. My sudden tears of despair drew suspicion, but I managed to explain them away as tears of joy. While we walked to Koji's car, I looked desperately for Saya. Amid the grotesque scenery, even as we drove away, I kept watching the hospital fade into the distance, praying for a last glimmer of hope. But Saya never appeared. Saya, sorry. After Koji and the others dropped me off, I paused a while to regard my surroundings. I had lived my entire life on this block in this house. There was no other place that I could call home. But nothing was as I remembered. As I walked up the path to the front door and took in the yard where I had spent my childhood, I could feel those memories being defiled by the twisted, festering shapes around me. Inside the house, I found nothing familiar, nothing to offer me comfort and warmth. What I had once called home was now a whole other world. I have no home, I whispered with a smile of self-pity. There was one last stop to make, one last nail to hammer into my coffin. I stepped into the room that had cradled me from childhood. The walls were papered with human entrails, the bed a tangled mass of worm flesh, but none of that mattered. There, curled up on the bed like an abandoned cat, was Saya. As I stood there in shock, she looked up at me and in a tiny, weak voice said, "Can I really stay?" I responded by sweeping her into my arms, embracing her tightly so that she would not escape. Saya did not resist. When she arrives at the Sakisaka house, Omi first takes a deep breath to calm herself. Her anger does not vanish entirely, of course, but at least now she can hear herself think. While waiting for a response from the intercom, she looks over the patch of yard that she can see from outside the gate. Even Omi isn't normally one to complain about other people's housekeeping, but this is going too far. The grass is growing wild, and there are piles of dead leaves scattered everywhere. It doesn't just look untended. It looks like an uninhabited ruin. It's still light out, but every window has its storm shutters tightly sealed. Omi guesses that they've been closed since morning. What kind of life is Fuminori leading? Even if he's living alone, he can't neglect his housework forever. And is it just her imagination, or does something stink like rotten meat? It couldn't be coming from the yard, could it? There's still no response, so she presses the buzzer a second time, and a third, and a fourth. Finally, after this has gone on for over 10 minutes, Omi loses her patience and opens the cover of the intercom. As she expected, the power had been disconnected. Perhaps Fuminori has a good reason for shutting out the world. Sorry, but Omi could only see it as a lack of respect for others. Her anger rekindled, she pushes the gate open and stomps through the yard to the front door. Yeah, I also just find it kind of disturbing of just like finding somebody in a room that just smells like paint thinner and shit, and they're just sitting there. Like, you almost feel like just bad for all of this happening, but also given the state, not yet. We haven't even gotten to the parts. Given the state of his intercom, I also think the story's interesting. Given the state of his intercom, she doubts that Fuminori will respond to a knock, so Omi decides to just open the door and go in shouting. And if the door is locked, she'll have to. Surprisingly, the doorknob turns easily in her hand, and the enraged Omi finds herself throwing the door open wider than she intended. Her nostrils are instantly assaulted by a choking stench. What is that smell? As Omi stands petrified at the threshold, the cowbell hanging on the inside of the door chimes loudly. A moment later, "Welcome home." Omi can't believe her ears. The voice she heard could not have been human. Yet its intonations were too complex for any animal she could imagine. Is someone there? She calls out to the end of the hallway from which the voice came. There is no response. Instead, she hears the sound of something soft and wet flopping its way deeper into the house. Finding it difficult to place a meaningful image to the voice she just heard, Omi stares blankly at the empty vestibule. There's nothing there, not even Fuminori's shoes, which can only mean that he's still outside somewhere wearing them. The house should be empty. But then, what was that voice just now? Her anger has vanished, as if it never there. Nevertheless, Omi sets foot into the hallway, leaving the door open so that the cowbell won't ring. The floor creaks, setting her nerves on edge. Omi isn't sure why she's acting like a burglar, but something tells her to make as little noise as possible. Well, so showing the room full of guts and stuff, it's his mind that's messed up seeing that, but everyone else sees everything normally. He's the one that's not seeing things correctly. The potency of the stink is inside the house, makes the whiff she caught outside pale in comparison. It's sickening, like rotten fish guts. Has food been left to spoil in the kitchen? She hears a bubbling sound up ahead. Stepping gingerly on the creaking floorboards, Omi makes her way to the end of the hallway. She finds rooms to both sides for one lit, the other dark, and chooses to look into the lit room. So you have to imagine like a rotting food smell and also the like paint fume smell like blending into each other. It's the kitchen, lit by what must be the only window in the house not covered by a storm shutter. The sound she heard was the pot boiling on the stove, and on the chopping board next to it lie a butcher's knife and some half-diced carrots. A perfectly normal household scene with the light of the setting sun making everything the color of decomposing fruit. Something is wrong. Who was cooking here, and where did they go? Is anyone here? Omi calls, regretting it immediately as she realizes that her voice is shaking. As her words echo vainly through the silent house, she begins to feel foolish and defenseless. Suddenly, she feels something cold seeping through her pantyhose. She timidly reaches down to touch her feet. Her fingertips come away covered with a... Is it... viscous olive green slime, like the filthy water from a tank long clogged with algae and dead fish. The whole floor is covered with it. It must be the source of the stench. Omi now wishes that she had worn her shoes inside. Manners be damned. When she looked back ruefully, the way she came, she realizes that her current position is not visible from the entrance. This kitchen must be where that strange voice came from. The next room is probably the den, as she expected from the closed storm shutters. It's pitch black inside. Ami wants nothing more than to flee this house, but that would mean turning her back to the darkness, and that she simply cannot bring herself to do. There might be a part where I might have to turn the video part off for a second. Just because there might be some nudity. Moved by... I love that that's the part. Not the guts. It's the boobs that you might see. Moved by some irrational compulsion, Omi sets foot into the den. It is too dark to see anything, and the stink is far worse than before. She slides her hand along the wall, feeling for the light switch, finding it much sooner than she expected. She flips it on. It's like her last hope. The colors. The colors. So many colors. The purple of entrails and the brown of rotten meat and the crimson of fresh blood, the yellow of fat. These colors and more that cannot be described cover every inch of the room. In maddening array, the colors say all that needs to be said about the painter's hatred, malice, and insanity. So they're not using paint. They're using, Omi's legs give out from the shock, sending her to the floor. Slime immediately soaks through her jeans, its cold tendrils creeping up her legs, crotch, and her neck, her back, her pussy, and her crack. Her hand flies to her neck, where it is greeted by another drop of chilly slime. Above her, something is dripping down on her head. Making perhaps the worst decision of her life, she invests in the GameStop stocks. Omi looks up. The predator clinging to the ceiling, poised to leap upon its prey. She sees it in every detail. Her mouth and nose are sealed before she can scream, and her belly is torn open as something enters to feast on her innards. But by the time she feels any of this, Omi has already gone mad. I bit the bullet and tried to take the train, but the rush hour crowds were so bad that I had to get off halfway and walk. I'm running pretty late. Is Saya worried? Is Saya worried? I hope she's not mad. When I entered the yard, I realized that the front door has been left wide open. Light from the living room is seeping out into the hallway, and I hear what sounds like someone smacking their lips. There's also a tantalizing fragrance in the air. Is it Saya? I consider calling out to her, but decide to enter in silence instead. Something smells strange, though not unpleasant. The aroma is quite soothing, in fact. It reminds me of Saya's hair. At first, I am surprised by what I see in the living room. The floor is covered with what looks to be some kind of grass, probably the source of the herb-like smell, and there are fruit or vegetable-like balls of varying size scattered everywhere. Saya? Ah! Saya turns around, her eyes wide with surprise. She then looks away sheepishly like a child caught at some prank. What are you eating? This is, she stammers so flustered that I suddenly feel bad for sneaking up on her. Remembering that she had never eaten in front of me before, I realize that she must be quite embarrassed. Can I have one? I scoop up the closest fruit thing and pop it into my mouth, ignoring Saya's attempt to wave me off. It has a strange texture, soft and pliable, like a peach or a pear. When I bite into it with my back teeth, a succulent juice fills my mouth, combined with a sharp, strong fragrance. It's unlike anything I've ever tasted. How did you make this? What did you use? It wasn't hard. I just took it apart and melted a little to make it easier to eat. It's practically raw. Oh? I pick up a different lump, this one consisting of fruity flesh around a hard core. Tearing a chunk off in my mouth, I find that it has a similar taste to the last one. They are Sabrizi. But he doesn't know that. Hey, are you okay? That's a... Yeah, even I can eat... even I can eat this. In fact, it's good. Really? At first, Saya looks dumbstruck, but then she bursts out laughing. So this is what you like. Now I feel stupid for going to all that trouble. Is this what you always eat, Saya? Yeah, though it's been a while since I've had one so big. I usually catch them in the nearby park. There's an impressive nature preserve not too far from here. I've never heard about fruits like these growing there, but, well, of course, they only look like fruits to me. They're really something else. Sorry, I already ate the best parts. That's okay, there's always next time. And now we can eat together. Yeah. Saya seems really happy. I'm happy too, of course. Eating with someone is much more fun than eating alone. And it makes the food taste better too. There's still plenty left. It'll keep chilled for 2 or 3 days, though it won't taste as good. Then we'd better start putting it away. Sealing the small fruits in Tupperware and the large ones in pots and bowls, Saya and I store the remaining food in the refrigerator. Thinking of tomorrow's dinner fills me with anticipation. I feel that little by little I am starting to regain the joy of living. Saya will guide me. With her, I can live on. Yay. True Scary Stories, Hospital Edition. Chapter 4, The Monster in the Hospital. A medical student relates his shocking experiences. Will you believe him or not? Strange things started happening at the hospital around the end of last spring. It began with patients waking up in the middle of the night, screaming. They all spoke of terrifying nightmares, and many of them had to be sedated. Some patients even transferred to other hospitals because of it. The weird thing was that they'd all had exactly the same dream. A dream about some horribly disgusting monster staring down at them from their bedside. But the really strange stuff started happening after that. There used to be a lot of stray cats around campus, looking for scraps from the students. One day, the cats suddenly disappeared, and it wasn't that they'd stopped coming, it was more like they'd vanished from the area entirely. And then people stopped walking their dogs around, according to rumors. The dogs were refusing to go anywhere near the school. Eventually, things started going missing in the hospital. Organs, to be precise. So the transplant organs kept disappearing from storage. People came close to losing their jobs over it, and it wasn't just 2 or 3 times that it happened. They tried to keep it from the students, but we heard it was a lot worse than that. People started saying that there was something living in the hospital. The janitors would find strange messes that could only have been made in the middle of the night, traces of something that had crawled down the hallway, or weird stains caused by something dripping through the ceiling. The late shift nurses talked about hearing strange noises on the same nights that patients woke screaming. There's one last story, one you can never mention inside the hospital. One day, the obstetrics department went crazy. They said that a newborn had disappeared in the night. If that were true, the police would have come and it would have been all over the news, but they say the big shots managed to make it all go away. It's just a rumor, of course. These strange incidents suddenly stopped insane. Toward the end of summer, now there are almost no patients complaining of nightmares, and the cats have started coming back to campus. But still, what happened in the hospital that summer? Even now, just thinking about it gives me the creeps. Nothing. This is the 3rd day in a row that they haven't been able to get in touch with Omi. There's no sign that she returned to her apartment, and even her family doesn't know anything. Her parents have already filed a missing persons report. Well, you know her. She'd probably just pop up somewhere like nothing happened. I hope so, Yo replies with a gloomy expression. She's worried about Omi, of course, but the incident with Fuminori 3 days ago must still be weighing on her as well. Yo hasn't seen Fuminori since then, and Fuminori hasn't made any effort to approach her or Koji. 4 people used to meet in this cafeteria between classes, and now there are only 2. Hey, Koji, let's keep thinking. Isn't there somewhere Omi might have gone? No, Koji answers evasively. I already checked everywhere. It's a lie, of course. Koji knows where Omi planned to go that evening, but he doesn't want to bring Fuminori up in front of Yo. Their awkward silence is mercifully broken by the bell signaling the start of the next period. Well, I've gotta go. Yeah. Unless Koji is mistaken, Yo is supposed to have class next period too, but she just sits there, staring off into space. Unable to come up with anything to say, he leaves the cafeteria reluctantly. Both Omi's disappearance and Yo's depression worry Koji, and both problems lead back to the exact same place. What the hell is Fuminori doing? When Omi went missing, the first thing he did was question Fuminori. After all, the last time he'd seen her was just before she stormed off to give Fuminori a piece of her mind. Fuminori responded with unequivocal denial and acted like he hadn't the slightest idea why Omi would have gone to see him. Perhaps that was only natural, as he was unaware that Omi and Koji had witnessed him reduce Yo to tears. Did Omi even make it to Fuminori's house? She had been riding a wave of emotion when she'd left, and might have calmed down and changed her mind halfway there. Or perhaps she ran into trouble on the way. Koji concluded, or more accurately convinced himself, that one of these possibilities was the truth, subconsciously denying the one remaining possibility that Fuminori was lying, that he had met Omi and was involved with her disappearance. When questioned by the police, Koji told the truth about Omi's destination only up to the train station, maintaining that he had no idea where she'd planned to go after that. He wanted to cooperate with the search, of course, but Omi couldn't have made it to Fuminori's house. Fuminori said so himself, didn't he? In that case, he told the police everything they needed to know. Not wanting to get the still fragile Fuminori involved, he forced himself to accept this flimsy logic. But the conflict had built up inside of him without his notice, leaving unanswered suspicion to fester up in his mind. Koji is deep in thought, paying no attention to his surroundings, but perhaps that is what allows him to catch sight of his friend's back through the crowd of milling students. Fuminori? At first, Koji assumes that he's headed to the lecture hall, but it soon appears that he is instead going home. Strange. Medical students have required courses in the afternoon. Though he is initially surprised, Koji's hesitation lasts for only a second. He follows his friend, taking care to stay far enough behind that he won't be noticed. Fuminori wasn't going home, as became obvious when he boarded a train heading in the opposite direction. Koji's next guess was that he was going to see his doctor at the T University Hospital, but Fuminori rode straight through the closest station. Where is he going? At first, Koji felt ashamed for tailing his friend like this, but his conscience fell silent as Fuminori's actions grew more mysterious. The stranger it gets, the closer Koji feels to discovering the truth behind Fuminori's sudden transformation. Any knowledge would be welcome, no matter how slight. Even Koji is beginning to think that there must be more behind Fuminori's change than the accident alone. He wants a more satisfying answer, one that will help him decide whether Fuminori can still be trusted. Fuminori gets off at a small station in a nondescript suburb of Tokyo. Koji follows, trying not to lose sight of him, amid the other disembarking passengers. The area is quite desolate, with only a small bookstore, a convenience store, and a market in front of the train station. It is easy for Koji to keep Fuminori in view. This neighborhood was carved out of Fuji foothills, and here and there remain steep inclines and wooded areas that escaped assimilation. Koji is amazed that such a quiet place exists less than an hour out of central Tokyo. Fuminori seems to know these streets. He moves quickly and purposely through the suburban community, his eyes fixed straight ahead. Before long, Fuminori reaches a house. Without ringing the bell or even knocking, he opens the door and vanishes inside, leaving Koji to wonder how Fuminori can treat the house as his own. After waiting to see if Fuminori comes back out, Koji approaches the gate and checks the nameplate. Ogai, it reads. Ogai. What did we say it was? Ogi? I'm sorry. Hold on. I'm Ogai. That's what it was, Ogai. Koji has never heard of anyone by that name among Fuminori's acquaintances. Thank you, Subrizi. Next, his attention is drawn to the thick wad of leaflets sticking out of the mail slot. This, coupled with the general dilapidated feel of the place, suggests that it has been abandoned for some time. A small playground about 2 blocks away provides an adequate vantage point from which to watch the front of the Ogai home. Fortunately, it does not appear to be sort of house that has a rear exit. Koji settles down on a bench to begin his stakeout. I should have brought more smokes. Hey, discount haunting. What? 1 hour passes and then another, but there remains no sign of movement around the Ogai residence. Soon, twilight settles upon the neighborhood. After Koji's 1 pack of cigarettes runs out, the stakeout becomes a battle against mounting impatience. He kills time by redialing Omi on his cell and sending her short text messages, but his efforts are futile as he knew they would be. When the sky begins to turn deep blue and the streetlights come on, Fuminori finally emerges from the house and heads back toward the station with the same hurried stride. After some brief consideration, Koji decides that right now, investigating the house is more important than tailing Fuminori. Okay. I'm doing my best on pronouncing those things, so I apologize when I mispronounce them. He rings the doorbell just to make sure. After receiving the expected silence in response, he checks to make sure no one is watching and turns the doorknob. The door is not locked. The moment he enters the house, stale air, thick with mold and dust, fills Koji's nostrils. He then finds out that he's actually in my old apartment. What is he doing in there? It is unmistakable. It's the unmistakable smell of a house that has long lain untouched. There is also a faint hint of something else in the air, something reminiscent of damp sewers and fetid cisterns. Flipping the light switch does nothing. The power must be cut off. Koji uses his cigarette lighter to illuminate the immediate area. In the thick dust covering the floor, he sees several brand new trails of footprints that could only have been made by shoes, Fuminori's. Koji decides to follow suit and dispense with courtesy. He enters with his shoes on. Welcome, Bert the host. Yeah, this is Dinosaur with Double D's too. Welcome to Weird Blob Girl Eats People, the game. The lighter's flickering flame pushes back the deathly silence and gloom of the house. Koji is surprised to see evidence of life remaining. Everything from furniture to tableware and appliances, nothing seems to be missing. The thickness of the dust suggests that the house has been empty for several months, which means that the owner must have left with little more than the clothes on his back. Could he have gone on a long vacation? The calendar in the den is still turned to April. Empty and silent, yet still exhibiting signs of the life that was once lived there, the house reminds Koji of a passenger ship entombed at the bottom of the sea. In the graveyard-like quiet, a sinister thought suddenly enters his mind. No one is living here, but that does not have to mean that the owner left. Maybe he was murdered and his rotting corpse is under Koji's feet. He finds himself wanting a stronger light. A flashlight in his hand would make him feel much better. Koji follows Fuminori's footsteps to the second floor, where he begins to catch the scent of paper in the stale air. It is the smell of old books, instantly recognizable to anyone who has worked in an antique bookstore or library, or anyone that has been near a book before. Yeah, thanks for being here. Thanks for all you guys for being here. The first room on the second floor turns out to be a study, its towering shelves packed with such a vast number of books that Koji fears for the stability of the floor. As a medical student himself, he is able to discern at a glance that this study belongs to a medical professional and a high-level one at that. Judging by the content of the books, a smorgasbord of technical volumes far beyond a simple student's understanding, the owner's interests lie more with medical research than with clinical practice. Fuminori must have spent most of his time here. The scattered dust suggests that he was searching for something, and the contents of the desk drawers are in obvious disarray. A small pile of books stacked on the side table catches his eye. Being next to the desk, they must have been the most frequently read. Their nature could shed some light on the character of the person who worked here. Koji frowns as he examines the 3 books. These aren't scientific texts like the rest, but old leather-bound Western tomes like the sort you would find in a rare bookstore. The titles are meaningless to him. Traité des Chiffres appears to concern semiotics, but Ars Magna et Ultima is some kind of treatise on divination. I spent the better part of the day fighting a stomach virus trying to help people through... Well, I hope you feel better. God damn. I need to play Fear and Hunger. I have to play a censored version of that. I'm pretty sure this is also going to be censored in the... Well, we're going to censor some of the worst parts of these, hopefully. And then there's the Voynich manuscript, which looks like some sort of picture book. When he pages through it, he finds the text utterly incomprehensible. Maybe it's some kind of cipher. Whatever they are, they clearly have nothing to do with medicine, refuting Koji's earlier guess that this Ogai was a doctor. Looking down, Koji suddenly notices the glint of something black and metallic underneath the chair. The Voynich manuscripts, that's how you say Voynich. A pocket-sized flashlight, quite out of place among all these dusty books. Fuminori must have brought it in. With relief, Koji exchanges his lighter for the flashlight. Its tiny body emits a powerful white beam that casts away the darkness, because that's what a flashlight does. His courage restored, he decides to explore the rest of the house. Koji notices something strange, something that was not visible in the lighter's weak flame. The slime. Dark, oily stains are everywhere. The stains are especially thick around the doorknobs and stair banisters, like someone grasped them with hands wrapped in greasy cloth. Looking closer, he sees places where slime was splashed low on the walls, almost as if a wet mop was run violently across the floor. Could Ogai have made these marks? If so, how? Koji begins to feel sick as he imagines a man shambling through the house with slime dripping from his body. Finding the bedroom next to the study, Koji checks the closet on a hunch. Oh, that's wild. He discovers 2 empty suitcases, not what one would leave behind when going on a long vacation. A sudden chill runs through him. Whoever was living here is still somewhere inside the house. Suppressing the urge to flee, Koji goes back downstairs to check the first floor. If he finds a corpse, he'll have to call the police right away. He might get away with trespassing if he reports it first. But if they find the body later, it'll be awfully hard to explain his fingerprints all over the house. The flashlight reveals the den to be covered in even more slime than the rest of the house. The sofa looks as though it was dredged from the bottom of a swamp. Suddenly, Shrek appeared. In the kitchen, Koji takes one look at the sink and decides not to get any closer. He doesn't want any more fuel for his imagination. He reaches the door to the bathroom. A common scene from TV dramas flashes through his head. A body with slit wrists floating in a bathtub full of water. And wasn't there a movie where a hitman disposes of his victim in a bathtub filled with lye? Koji braces himself for the worst and opens the door slowly, then shines his light into the ceramic bathtub that appears from the darkness like a white ghost. Bones. A mountain of bones, black with dry flesh and blood. Koji puts one hand against the wall to steady himself as his legs threaten to buckle Something is wrong, he realizes as he tries desperately to get his thoughts in order. The bones are too small, and there are too many of them. They aren't human. After taking several deep breaths to calm himself, Koji enters the bathroom and examines the tub. The bones are piled atop each other like fallen leaves. They appear to be from small animals, perhaps cats or dogs. Even so, the quantity is mind-boggling. How many bodies would it take to produce this many bones? Bert, do you have to admit to something? Oops. The bones have all been separated from one another, and it doesn't look like bodies were just thrown into the tub and left to rot. Each bone is covered with deep grooves, marks left by teeth biting through flesh. Koji's sanity won't let him consider the possibility that a human could have done this. The owner of this house must have kept some sort of carnivorous animal as a pet, giving it the bones of small animals to eat and disposing of the remains in the bathtub. But why not dispose of the leftovers properly? They could have just been thrown out with the garbage. Or was there something keeping him from leaving the house? The relief Koji felt when he realized that the bones weren't human is once again under attack. In the first place, what the hell was Fuminori doing here? Uh-oh. What's wrong, Koji? Koji whirls around, his light revealing a Fuminori's expressionless face. You're trespassing. So are you, Koji replies, barely managing to speak over the pounding of his heart. Fuminori pushes past Koji and looks into the bathtub. He doesn't even flinch at the sight of the bones. A friend of mine lives here. I'm just running an errand. What? Who is this person? Where did you meet them? Koji doesn't want to believe that the old friendly Fuminori could have had contact with the denizens of this house. I'll introduce you one of these days, he says, turning to leave without even a glance at Koji. I owe her my life. Hey, Fuminori. He has brain damage. Yeah, he was in an accident, and yeah, he has agnosia. Koji runs after Fuminori. His heart is finally beating normally again. Wait, is this friend of yours the reason you've been acting so strange? Standing in the entrance, Fuminori glares coldly at Koji over his shoulder. The utter lack of emotion in his eyes gives Koji pause. You followed me, didn't you? Koji swallows. What can he say? You're starting to bother me, Koji. Don't do it again. Fine. Fuminori walks away without another word, leaving Koji alone in the entrance. Up until this very moment, concern for his friend was still at the forefront of his mind. Now, however, that concern is swiftly giving way to a growing sense of dread. Does the Fuminori he knew no longer exist? Was the person who just stared Koji down an imposter wearing Fuminori's skin? Koji has begun to believe that it might be so. What a nuisance. Why does he insist on interfering? If he only spoke with me to exchange pleasantries, even I could bear it, but now he's sticking his nose into my business just to satisfy his curiosity. Koji is a perfect example of someone who thinks that it's always good to take an interest in other people's affairs. He probably thinks that he's doing me a favor by prying into my life. He couldn't be more wrong. If he keeps this up, I might have to find some way to deal with him. Like Saya said, I have to keep my search for Dr. Ogai a secret. Koji could ruin everything. I didn't have time to fully investigate the Ogai residence today. At this rate, it will probably take several days just to go through the study. Saya didn't believe that I'd find anything to help with the search, but I think there's still a lot to explore. Who knows what I'll discover? There's a lot of questions that we have of why he's able to interact with anybody, because he's clearly not well. The problem is Koji. He knows that about the house now. Will he make things difficult? Excuse me, a hair-raising voice calls as I'm about to pass through my gate. Suppressing a shudder, I put on a fake smile and turn to face the writhing mass of rotten flesh that is staring at me with bulging eyes. Good evening. Are you just getting home? Yes, I am. Ah, of course, this is my next-door neighbor, Suzumi. A middle-aged painter, I think, who spends all day at home while his wife works. I haven't had much contact with him since the accident. Why is he suddenly talking to me now? Have you gotten used to living alone? Yes, thank you for your help. I know it must be very difficult, but you're still young. You have to try to move on with your life. Yeah. What is this? Did he stop me just to deliver a lecture? With such a big house, it must be hard to take care of everything by yourself. Yes, I suppose it is rather difficult. Why not hire a caretaker? Didn't your father have one? I'm still a student. I can't really afford the expense. I see. The flesh beast undulates foully, as though it still has something to say. The sight of it's driving me close to the edge. Even so, don't you think you should at least tend to your yard? I'd be happy to help. No, thank you. I'll manage on my own. Now I get it. He's worried that the unsightliness of my house might diminish the image of his own. Damn snob. I flash a token smile, then retreat behind the safety of my gate. I can feel Suzumi's eyes boring into my back all the way to the front door. Why won't everyone stay out of my life? I just want to live together with Saya, alone where no one will ever bother us. What's that middle one? Aphantasia? Aphantasia? What is that one? Suzumi Yosuke sighs in annoyance as he watches the neighbor boy retreat into his house. What's with his attitude? Even while talking, he kept his eyes averted as if to avoid looking at something repulsive. Has he always been such an unpleasant young man? No, of course not. When his parents were still alive, he had been a normal youth, a little shy but sensitive and caring. It must be the stress of his sad situation. If it continues to build, he might start to develop serious mental problems. Or is it too late already, Yosuke wonders as he gazes warily at the Sakisaka yard. Village of Fantasize. Oh, fuck. I mean, out of all those, I think that'd be like the one that I would probably want the most if I had to pick between the three. Even during dinner, Yosuke can't shake the neighboring house from his mind. What's wrong, honey? You look like something's bothering you. Yeah, I saw the young man from next door today. Fuminori? I just had to say something about his yard. I know, I wish he'd at least do something about that smell. The stink coming from the Sakisaka house grows worse each day, and the Suzumi family is at its wit's end. Could there be a dead cat in the bushes? He must notice the smell coming from his own yard. Maybe he's leaving his garbage out there? He wouldn't. No, I wouldn't put it past him. Who knows what he's doing in there all day with the storm shutters closed? What kind of life is he leading? Did he go crazy? Now, Hiromi, you mustn't say things like that. Honestly, with the way things are going, I'm starting to wonder if he's gone paranoid or something. Will he be alright? Unless he gets help soon, who knows? The seconds crawl by, each tick of the clock, compounding my agony. When I returned from Hogai residence, I was greeted by a silent, empty home. Saya had vanished without leaving any clue as to her whereabouts. It is rare for her to go for walks at night. I've often gone with her, however such outings always take place in the middle of the night, when no one is around, and never last for more than 2 hours. Right now, it's 5 in the morning. Soon the sky will begin to show the first light of dawn. Even if she left right before I returned, she's still been gone for almost half a day. Yeah. What if I can imagine 2 rotating apples in my mind? I can't sleep. I can only wait in anguish. I tried to distract myself by painting more rooms, but I couldn't concentrate on the work. If I had known this would happen, I would have left the Ogai house sooner. I wish I hadn't wasted time on Koji. If Saya doesn't return, the thought makes me want to tear out my hair. After its long absence, the terror of true loneliness is too much to bear. At last, the cowbell chimes, and Saya's long-awaited "I'm home" rings out from the bottom of the stairs. As I jump out of my bed in relief, all the stress that has built up through the night is released in a wave that threatens to sweep me off my feet. Ah, so tired, Saya sighs. As she climbs the stairs. I knew the trip would be hard. Saya, where have you... My question trails off as I notice the thick bundles of paper that she's carrying under her arms. What are those? What are those? Your medical charts and surgery records. I went back to the hospital today. Saya drops her bundles on the floor, sending paper flying everywhere, then pulls her favorite cushion over and collapses into it, stretching luxuriously. You walked all the way back from the hospital in the middle of the night? Sorry, she says, skillfully gathering the scattered papers together. I meant to come back sooner, but there were so many files to go through. So I decided to just bring everything. It was so heavy. Maybe it's just the exhaustion, but I'm not understanding a word Saya's saying. What are you planning to do with all this? What do you mean? I'm going to study it, of course, she replies, holding one MRI photograph after another up to the light. I'll have plenty of time to go over it here. At first, I think she's just playing around with the occasional mutters of, better check this one. Oh, I see. Well, that was silly of them, and the likes, as she separates photos into a growing pile inside her, make me think that this might not be a joke after all. Do you understand this stuff? I learned a lot from Dad. She flashes me a grin, then she returns to the papers. So that's how it is. No wonder it can't be fixed. It can't? Not by a human doctor. I can't tell if she's being serious. Even for me, it'll probably be tough, she says offhandedly. Even as her hands continue to shuffle papers, I'll have to experiment first. Watching more closely, I realize that her eyes are scanning each page rapidly. So rapidly, in fact, that I was unable to notice it at first. Could Saya actually be reading my charts? Hey, Saya. Welcome back, Helen. How does jazz I mean, honestly, I can sometimes smell colors. Is that normal? Sure. Let's see. Yeah, she answers coolly, looking from the charts. I'm tired. Let's go to bed. Sure, Saya replies with a grin, if that's what you want. Saya tosses aside the paper she was sorting, then leaps on me and begins to tear off my clothes. Hey! Come on, just once before bed, okay? Hey, Saya, don't you think it's unhealthy to be doing this every day? Huh? Are you sick? No, not me. My body is all grown up, but you're... Don't worry, she laughs playfully as she pushes me onto the bed, the familiar sweet sensation of her weight and skin rendering me helpless. But I am worried. We haven't used any contraception. Fuminori, she whispers, staring... Fuminori, she whispers, staring straight into my eyes. You don't want me to have your children? How can I respond to that? It's not that. Your body is too small. Pregnancy is a serious burden, you know. That's not really something you have to worry about. Saya seems unsure how to reply, but not because she doesn't understand what I said. Rather, the bemused look on her face makes it seem as though I'm the one not getting it. That's not... Saya seems unsure how to reply, but not because she doesn't understand what I said. Rather, the bemused look on her face makes it seem as though I'm the one not getting it. But I know you're just thinking of me, she says suddenly, her smile glowing with innocence, so I'm happy. By the time I break the spell of her angelic smile, Saya has undone my belt and is removing my pants. Come on, Saya. Relax, she says teasingly. Tonight I'll do it so you don't have to worry. I may or may not have to, we'll see what happens here. Oh, thank God she's not naked. As she finishes, she looks up at me, smiling like she just pulled the greatest prank of her life. See, you don't have to worry if I do it like this. Oh, well, what am I supposed to say to that? Oh, God. Hey, was it bad? Didn't it feel good? Or it didn't feel good? Uh, Hearing the sudden nervousness in Saya's voice and mine, I hastily stammer. Of course it felt good. But Saya, you didn't have to do that. What? But I want it. Yeah, she's not human. Uh Suddenly distraught, Saya clings to me like a child, not that kind of child, who's just had her candy stolen. I want you inside me. This is, alright. Inside you? So Saya really does want to bear my child. I'm not adverse to the idea. I still think it might be too early, of course, but there isn't much point in worrying about my reputation now. Assuming that Saya and I will be left alone, I even welcome it. You don't like it? She gazes up at me pleadingly. How can I resist? My ex was an Eldritch. I get that. As long as you're okay with it, so am I. Saya smiles with relief and burrows contentedly into my chest. I love you, Fuminori, she purrs softly. With her body draped over mine, I become even more aware of how light and delicate she is. Can this tiny girl and I really live as husband and wife? I feel a pang of self-loathing at the question. How can I still be afraid after all that's happened? Saya's feelings are so earnest. How can I not accept them? I need to resolve once and for all to rid myself of the useless trappings of morality. Saya and I are all that matters. There's no point in worrying about what others think anymore, although I suppose I should still talk to Saya's guardian, of course. I need to find Dr. Ogai as soon as possible. Just walking, dear Lord, what is going on in here? By the time I drift to sleep in exhaustion's comforting embrace, all doubts about Saya's actions have vanished from my mind. Whatever the case, all that matters is that she's returned to me. That is probably one of the few things I guess you could worry about. There's probably other things. I'm going to go to the bathroom real quick. Grab a snack. It's only going to get worse from here. I heard someone yelling, so I hope that someone's not getting murdered in the apartment building. But anyway, speaking of murder, 2 o'clock from Suzumi Yasuke. This is the most fulfilling time of day. After seeing his wife and daughter off, taking care of the morning chores, and eating a leisurely lunch, it's finally time to sit down at his easel. You're getting a snack? I didn't know you were visiting me. He's not a. I'm sorry. He's not a particularly popular painter, and he would only hold an exhibition if he were hurting for money. However, the design work he does on the side ensures that there's always enough to support his lifestyle. Justin, no, all right. Alongside the salary his wife earns working for a magazine, they are just put some chicken. We're gonna be in for a long one then, guys. They're able to pay their mortgage, send their daughter to school, and still have plenty left over. Please donate. If you're enjoying this, consider donating. Or subscribing. Or both. Yosuke's life is perfect, leisurely and absent of want. He loves his house, considering it the symbol of his success. When he mows the lawn, polishes the windows and floors, and cleans the kitchen, toilet, and bath, he feels the same joy as he does when washing his own body. Alright? Just as he knows the length of his fingernails and the time since his last meal, he also knows everything about his home's condition, the status of every door. I'll take a donated Gatorade. The freshness of every flower, the amount of ice in the ice tray, every last detail. This is his pride, and when he sits in his studio, smelling the turpentine and knowing that each element of his house is in perfect order, he feels the ultimate satisfaction. While trying to find the right combination of paints on his palette, he suddenly feels thirsty, but soon remembers that there isn't much orange juice left in the fridge. But there is a Gatorade, donated by Bert the host. In fact, it's also about time to stock up on bath additive and powdered soap. He could get everything at the supermarket when he goes to shop for dinner, but it will probably be quite heavy. Now then, where should I leave off to go shopping? As he ponders this dilemma, he heads downstairs to the kitchen. Just then, a breath of air tickles the back of his neck, bringing him to a halt in the middle of the hallway. A breeze. Impossible. Every window in the house is closed. Yosuke shut them himself during his morning cleaning. That's a big TV. Yosuke enters the living room, searching for the source of the breeze. Something stinks. It's the same pungent smell of fetid swampland that emanates from the Sakisaka house. The window facing the yard next door is open, its curtains billowing loosely in the gentle breeze. There's a hole in the glass next to the lock. It looks strange, like it was melted by some chemical instead of broken. Someone must have reached through the hole to unlock the window. Yosuke stands paralyzed, his heart pounding with anger and fear. He listens carefully, but hears nothing. Perhaps the intruder has already finished his business and left. But a burglar wouldn't have left the room untouched, would he? Maybe he heard Yosuke coming and hid somewhere nearby. Yosuke realizes that his still wet palette knife is in his right hand. He must have forgotten to put it aside before going downstairs. He stares numbly at the knife for a moment, then decides that it's not enough protection. Instead, he grabs the ashtray sitting on top of the table, made of thick, solid glass that is big and heavy enough to serve as a weapon. The home that he thought of as part of himself now seems utterly alien. Keenly aware of the thumping of his heart, Yosuke looks around the living room and sees little that could be used as a hiding place. The intruder must have gone either to the restroom or to the guest room, or through the dining room to the kitchen. The kitchen is close to the stairs, as if there had been movement, Yosuke would have noticed it when he came down. which means that the guest room is the most likely place. He shuffles over to the guest room door and prepares to slide it open. But what is that stench? Could the breeze alone carry something so foul? It's as if the odor is coming from inside the room. He readies his ashtray and throws open the door. The straw-matted Japanese-style room is empty. There is a closet, but no one could fit in there. So the intruder already left. Yosuke relaxes, the exhaustion of sudden relief coming over him. And that is when something seizes his ankle. The instant he freezes in shock, his leg is yanked out from under him, sending him crashing to the floor. Stars explode behind his eyes as his head smacks against the door rail. The hand, if it can even be called that, wrapped around Yosuke's ankle extends all the way back to beneath the living room sofa. There are barely 5 centimeters between the sofa and the floor. Whatever is hiding there, it can't possibly be human. Ah! Before the screaming Yosuke can regain his footing, countless hand-like appendages seize his arms and legs, rendering him helpless. Calm down, don't be scared. As the hideous voice burbles in his ear, something cold and soft crawls atop him. Yosuke can't even scream, his terror is so great. It won't hurt. Don't be scared. It won't hurt. Thin, tube-like appendages penetrate his ears and nose, wriggling deep into his skull. Right before the sensation drives him mad, Yosuke loses consciousness. Thank you for taking the time to see us, Koji says, his humble bow concealing his surprise at the doctor's youth. Even without her light makeup, she wouldn't look a day over 30. She must be quite talented to be a leading neurosurgeon at such a young age. Lord have mercy. Don't mention it. I was hoping somebody like you would come along. Me too. Her friendly smile has none of the coldness one might expect from her sharp, refined beauty. It's a pleasure to meet you. I'm Dr. Tanbo, Sakisaka Fuminori's attending physician. I'm Fuminori's friend Tono Koji, and this is Tsukuba Yo. Yo gives a quick bow, her expression apologetic. When they arrive at the T University medical center and ask to see Fuminori's doctor, Koji and Yo had been prepared for rejection. They hadn't expected the ease with which their request was granted. Oh my god, you say you want to know what's wrong with him? Well, so do I. I'm sorry? He didn't come in for his checkup 2 days ago. I tried calling his home, but there was no answer. 2 days ago, the same day Fuminori was searching that abandoned house, Koji frowns, wondering what was important enough for him to blow off his appointment. What is he like at school? He's totally messed up. Seeing Yo's shoulders jerk out of the corner of his eye, Koji regrets not choosing his words more carefully. Since the accident, he's been like a completely different person. We have no idea what to do, so he thought about talking to you might help. Are you medical students too? She asks out of nowhere. Huh? Well, yes. Would you like to see his chart? You'd really show it to us? Koji replies, incredulous. Dr. Tanbo regards him silently for a moment, then sighs and says, someone wanted to see it, and without the hospital's permission, files were stolen from the archives 2 nights ago. What? She stares hard at the astonished students, then shakes her head with a tired smile. Well, it doesn't look like you two are involved. That's a relief. Of course we aren't. However, the culprit must have had an interest in his condition, or wanted to erase his records. Either way, I can only assume that it was someone close to him. I see. An ominous thought flashes through Koji's mind. It couldn't have been Fuminori himself, could it? Koji looks at Dr. Tanbo and finds her staring right back at him, her expression grave. He realizes that she must be harboring the same suspicion. What do you think? Do you have any idea who might have done it? Perhaps Dr. Tanbo didn't have anyone in mind when she asked, but Koji's thoughts immediately fly to that eerie house to which Fuminori led him. I don't really know what their relationship is, but there's someone called Ogai, probably a doctor or a... Koji stops speaking as he sees the dramatic change that has come across Dr. Tanbo's expression. You know Dr. Ogai? Do you know when and where Fuminori met that man? No, that's not what I'd like to know. Just, who is this Ogai? After remaining silent for some time, Dr. Tambo looses a heavy sigh. Alright. It's not like you couldn't find out on your own. Ogai Masahiko was a doctor teaching at this hospital. He was dismissed over 6 months ago, however, following certain incidents. What incidents? What did he do? I can't say anymore, and anyway, it has nothing to do with your friend. Koji has no argument with which to answer Dr. Tanbo's flat rejection. However, he can't shake the feeling that this Ogai person is the key to unraveling the mystery surrounding Fuminori. Doctor, he says, making up his mind, Fuminori might be involved in a crime. At this sudden declaration, both Yo and Dr. Tambo raised their eyebrows. What do you mean? A friend of ours went missing after going to see him. Fuminori denies any involvement, of course. You mean Omi... Koji is unable to bear the shock in Yo's voice. Sorry, Tsukuba. I couldn't tell you. Dr. Tambo is frowning, her expression even more serious than before. Right now, this Ogai seems to be the center of Fuminori's attention. If we know who he is and what Fuminori is looking for, we might start to see the whole picture. Please tell us, Doctor, just what happened at this hospital. Dr. Tambo hesitates for some time, refusing to make eye contact, but she finally shakes her head. I'm sorry, this is not a decision I can make on my own. Doctor, give me some time. I'll do my own investigating now that I know how far this has gone. Please. Koji is out of options. All that's left is to trust this young doctor. It's frustrating, but a friend's rights only go so far. Let's exchange cell phone numbers. I'll call you if I learn anything, and maybe see if you want to get dinner later, because goddamn. And you call me the moment anything changes. Alright. Thanks for being here tonight, guys. I know I said that before, but thank you. What happened to me? Yosuke's awareness returns slowly as though rising from a bog. He's cold. No, hot. Something itches. Like tepid tongues and cold slugs crawling over his skin. What the hell's going on? Timidly, he opens his eyes. What? It's everywhere. The thing that attacked him in the living room, it's everywhere. Terror shatters Yosuke's sanity. Ah! He throws off the thing lying atop him, but his wild flailing sends him crashing to the floor. But is it really the floor? The long, wriggling fibers of what should be the carpet are winding themselves around his fingers. The floor is made of worms. He tears his limbs free of the worms and tries to stand, but loses his balance and tumbles to the floor again. The worms immediately swarm over his body. Where am I? Where did that thing take me? Yosuke crawls across the worm-ridden floor toward the only exit from the pulsating room. When he gets outside, however, all he can see is blood, bile, and rotten meat. There is no place to run. What is this? Most terrifyingly of all, this hellish place has the same layout as Yosuke's house. In a half-mad daze, he wanders through the nightmarish mockery of his home. In the small room where his studio should be, he finds an easel made of bones displaying a blood-soaked canvas. Like some cruel joke. Everything is exactly where it would be in Yosuke's studio. Damn it, let me out. Let me out of here. Howling, Yosuke lashes out against everything within reach. The easel of bone shatters, driving splinters into his fists. He feels the pain, but does not wake from the nightmare. If this isn't a dream, then what is it? When his strength gives out, Yosuke falls to his knees, sobbing. For the first time in his life, he prays. The sound of the door opening and closing grates on his ears. Downstairs, the front door. Is someone else here? We're home. Yosuke trembles at the blood-curdling sound. It's that thing again. The monster has returned. Daddy, we're home. Where's dinner? Oh, he's not here? Did he go shopping? When can we eat? Yosuke hears the sound of something slimy sloshing its way up the stairs. Even as he cowers in terror, he slides his trembling hand across the floor and grabs one of the bones from the broken easel. The tip of the bone is nice and sharp. If he holds it in both hands and puts his weight behind it, he might be able to use it to defend himself. Honey, are you home? The monster's growls are getting closer, holding his breath. Yosuke presses his back against the wall next to the door. The pounding of his heart is like thunder in his ears, so loud that he fears the creature might hear it. He knows it will eat him if it finds him again, but it's all he can do to keep from crying. At last, the door creaks open. Honey? Yosuke leaps on the creature as it enters, fear turning his roar into a high-pitched scream. The flesh beast is covered in sludge and vile juices, but before horror can paralyze him, Yosuke brings his bone stake stabbing down. The monster screams as the stake pierces its chest and punches through to the other side. It falls back, writhing in agony. The sight of its pain sets Yosuke's blood on fire. I can win. I can kill it. If I finish it off before it enters my head again, I'm safe. Yosuke grabs the bone and twists it with all his might. The monster convulses and gurgles, its trembling tentacles reaching up as though begging for help. Die, die, die. Yosuke knocks it to the floor, then brings his heel crashing down on its flopping body again and again. With each stomp, its groan and spasms grow weaker. When the monster at last stops twitching, Yosuke, panting hard, that's what he was doing before he was going on the acid trip, tears the stake from its corpse and rises to his feet. Daddy? Something squeals. Yosuke turns around to see another smaller monster peeking out at him from the stair landing. There's still one left. His desperate rage-filled attack both exhilarated him and gave him a taste for violence. This one will be easier. It's smaller and weaker. Grinning maniacally, Yosuke raises his stake and moves toward the second creature. The monster flees screaming down the stairs. Not about to let his prey escape, Yosuke roars and gives chase. The thought that killing the monsters might end this nightmare feeds his savage bloodlust. No, Daddy, no! When the monster trips and falls in the dining room, Yosuke leaps on top of it and brings the stake crashing down, his bloodlust unsated. He pulls it free, then drives it again into the monster's flesh, once, twice, 3 times, and more, until there is nothing left but shredded, pulverized meat. Eventually, the only sound in the house is Yosuke's heavy breathing. He has slain 2 monsters, but the nightmare shows no sign of ending. Yosuke staggers to the front door and goes outside. The sky, the city, everything has gone mad. Twisted shapes, nauseating colors, stinking air. There is no escape, no end to the nightmare. The last remnant of Yosuke's sanity vanishes like dust in the wind. Hi, mister. Yosuke turns to the sound of a girl's voice. She is standing in front of the house next door, wearing a spotless one-piece over her pure white skin. In the midst of his filth-ridden world, she alone glows with beauty. How do I look to you, mister? You're very cute. Yosuke feels a sudden black lust rise within him. Really? Then the experiment must be a success. Yosuke walks up to the strangely jubilant girl and brushes his hand against her long, smooth hair. Such a lovely girl. You must be the only one in the whole world. Mister? She looks up at the man towering over her, perhaps disturbed by his hungry stare. How about we play a game, girl? Okay, but what are we going to do? A grin parts it. This might get... Well, let's just see what happens, I guess. How about we play a game, girl? Okay, but what are we going to do? A grin parts Yosuke's lips, and he replies, everything that will please me, of course. With that, he grabs the girl's collar and tears the front of her dress wide open. I just want to... this is going to get really disturbing. If you are sensitive to what is about to happen here, cover your ears for a bit. Avert your eyes. Do something. Take a nice walk. Well, it's late, but just... Okay. I'm just making sure that everyone has gathered that now. Let's continue. Shock and fear twist the lovely girl's delicate features, stimulating Yosuke's sadism. Even after killing those two monsters, the embers of violence still smolder. Still smolder in his heart, and now they have new fuel to burn. Oh, I like that expression on you. Won't you show me an even prettier one? No. The terrified girl flees into the Sakisaka house. Yosuke runs after her, feeling the joy of the hunt. No, stay away. Even in desperation, she has no hope of outrunning his longer stride. Yosuke charges down the hallway and catches up to her in the kitchen. He grabs her from behind and wrestles her to the floor before she can resist. Let me go. Why? Why are you doing this? Like I said, because you're too cute. Enjoying the sensation of her thin arms struggling futilely against his grip. Yosuke uses his weight to hold her down while ripping off her remaining scraps of clothing. No, I don't want this. Stop. Yosuke stares at the smooth, perfect body of the girl flopping beneath him. The thought of violating such an immaculate creature amid the horrors of this is what I was talking about, of this twisted world is irresistibly erotic. Yosuke runs his tongue over her stomach and chest as though preparing to eat her whole. She stiffens and whimpers at the sensation. It isn't supposed to be this way. Her tear-choked voice satisfies Yosuke's lust for conquest. This nightmare has violated him, but now he is able to visit the same torment on this innocent girl. Where he was the victim, he is now the victimizer. The release he feels is intoxicating. No, stop, I'm scared. Fuminori. I haven't even done anything yet. Putting his mouth close to the sobbing girl's ear, Yosuke whispers, "If you're this scared already, how will you scream when I put it in you?" Stop. Help me, Fuminori. As always, the sights of the city grate on my nerves. Today, however, I don't feel as much hatred as I usually do. I've grown more accustomed to my condition, but it is not the reason for today's high spirits. My search of the Ogai house has finally borne fruit. When I pulled all the drawers out of the desk in the study, I found an envelope stuck between the desk and the wall. It must have fallen off the back of the writing tray. It only gets worse from here, guys. Inside were 3 outdoor photographs. I couldn't recognize the scenery due to my condition, but I'm pretty sure that they show 3 buildings. Scrawled on the back of each photo was an address: Nagano Prefecture, M Village, Toshigi Prefecture, S Town, Shizuoka Prefecture, H Town. None of the names is familiar, so they must be way out in the countryside. The photos are all dated more than 10 years ago. I don't know why they were taken or what they mean, but maybe Saya will be able to make some sense of them. In any case, this is something that even Saya missed while she was living in that house. I wonder how she'll react when I show her what I found. Saya, I want so badly to see her. The thought of her waiting for me speeds my footsteps. When I step through the gate, I see that the front door is wide open again. This is the second time this has happened. Upon entering the house this time, however, the sound of Saya crying chills my blood. And it's not just her. I also hear a low, wet grunting. There's no time to take off my shoes. I race down the hallway, propelled by a terrifying premonition. I might have to... hold on. I might have to not show you guys that. I'm just going to take a precaution on this because there might be something. A monster is in my house and it's attacking Saya. I'll still The filth oozing from its body spreads across her skin as it moves with animal ferocity. She looks at me with tear-filled eyes and calls my name in a weak, breathless voice. Fuminari, help. Rage erupts inside me like black lava. Alright, baby. Alright, we might be good. We might be good. I got a bad feeling about this. The monster stops gorging itself on Saya's body and turns its head to look at me. Surprised by my own composure, I slip past it and grab the meat cleaver sitting next to the sink. Without a moment's hesitation, I slash at the monster's face. It screams and staggers away from Saya. My attack must have blinded it because it flails its tentacles wildly as it tries to drive me away. My bloodlust still unsated, I calmly seize one of the appendages and plunge my weapon twice more into its quivering flesh. The blade enters its body with fascinating ease. Each strike sprays my face with its blood. As I carve the monster to pieces and savor its hideous screams, my mind is finally consumed by rage. No mercy. I'll see this monster suffer for what it's done to Saya. I give myself to the fury, howling at the top of my lungs as I slash and slash and slash and slash. Even after the flesh beast stops moving, I keep slashing until I realize that it can no longer feel pain. Cursing myself for killing it so quickly, I stab the cleaver into the floor, snapping it in half. When my thoughts finally began to regain some cohesion, I find myself still digging the broken knife into the floor. The monster is gone, but pieces of it are scattered everywhere. I stop cutting into the tile, and in the sudden silence, I hear Saya's faint sobs coming from a corner of the kitchen. Saya. I pull the cowering Saya into my arms. She stiffens in fear at first, but as soon as she realizes that it's me, she clings to my body and cries. Fuminari, I was scared, so scared. There's been like a weird like auto mod thing, so if it does disappear, just type it again and maybe it won't go away. I don't know what's going on with that. I don't know what to say. I can only keep holding her. This should never happen to Saya. Everything in this twisted world is to blame, yes, including myself. I couldn't protect her. If I had been here, then maybe I could have prevented this. I'm sorry, she says again and again in a voice choked with tears. Not wanting to hear that from her, I pull her head into my chest. Don't say that, Saya. It's not your fault. I try to reassure her, but she shakes her head vigorously in denial. No, it is. I did it. I don't understand. What is she saying? You did what? I messed with his brain, she answers, glancing at the dismembered monster with her swollen eyes. I made the inside of his head the same as yours. I made him see the world like you do. It takes me some time to understand the meaning of Saya's words. What? But how? Finally regaining her composure, she responds to my confusion in a low voice. I can do stuff like that. I can change the bodies of other living things. I've had this ability since I was born. Every organism is different, so I have to study them in detail before I know how to change them. By doing some research, I figured out what happened to your brain. So I wanted to see if I could do the same thing to someone else. But why? I thought that if everyone were like you, they would all be kind to me. My heart aches at the loneliness in her voice as she confesses her sorrowful wish. But that man, he wasn't kind at all. He said he wanted to hurt me, break me, and he... She starts crying into my chest again, unable to say any more. I gently rub her back while trying to get my jumbled thoughts together. What is Saya that she can do such a thing? The answer is beyond me. However, there is one thing that I can answer, here and now. Saya is mistaken. You think that I am kind to you because of the accident? Yeah, she nods sadly. I smile and shake my head. You're wrong. That was only the beginning. Our relationship is the sum of so much more. The time you and I have spent together, those days, those experiences, are what made us what we are. Fuminari, you've been there for me, Saya. Sharing my pain, giving me hope and joy. That's how you became so important to me, see? It's harder than you think. Saya is still crying, but now her tears feel warm against my chest. Yeah, I understand. I finally understand. Her smile shines through her tears. I only have you, Fuminori. There will never be anyone else. Now, more than ever before, I feel the depth of the bond between us, and I'm sure that Saya feels it too. I wrap my arms tightly around her and seal her lips with mine. Saya responds, winding her arms around my neck as our tongues desperately seek each other's warmth. At this moment, Saya is my whole world, and I am hers. The earth turns for us alone. Of course, I still haven't told her something very important. I don't know why I've never said it before, perhaps because it was always so obvious. However, I should put it into words at least once. This oath of mine. Saya, Wait. She stops me with a finger against my lips. Before that, Fuminori, tell me one thing. What do you want? What do I want? Saya nods, staring into my eyes with unusual solemnity? Solemnity? Whatever. Like I said, I can affect the bodies of living things in a way that nothing else can. And now that I've learned how to manipulate human brains, Saya pauses and takes a deep breath before continuing. I can turn you back to normal. What? Until now, that hasn't even been in the realm of possibility. I just have to do the opposite of what I did to that man. It's really simple. I replaced Saya's words in my head to be sure of their meaning. So tell me, Fuminori, do you want to return to your old life? Do you want to take back what you lost in the accident? There are multiple endings to this game. If you say you want it all back, yeah. Okay, hold on. There's... Hold on. I'll just... You want it all back. Honestly, this is a red pill, blue pill situation. Do you want to see how much further this rabbit hole goes? Or do you want to be released? We're not getting this all back. I don't need it anymore. It was a trick. I'm not actually giving you a choice. We're going further down the rabbit hole. On that terrible day when I first opened my eyes after the accident, what would my answer have been? When I think back on this many years from now, will I wish that my answer today had been different? It doesn't matter. Here at this moment, there is no doubt in my mind. Who was that? I asked Saya, looking at the unidentifiable pieces of the monster. The man living next door. I don't know his name. Oh, Mr. Suzumi. He was hardly a stranger. We've been neighbors for as long as I can remember. I'd go as far as to say we were on good terms before the accident. Yep. He was hardly a stranger. We've been neighbors for as long as I can remember. I'd go as far as to say we were on good terms before the accident, and now I've killed him with my own 2 hands. I feel little. Mr. Suzumi, the kindly painter who lived next door, is but a distant memory. The pieces of meat... This is not a true story. Clearly. The pieces of meat around me belong to a creature whose mere existence was nauseating. Only by killing the vermin could I find relief. He complained about my yard being filthy, the swine. It doesn't matter what Saya did. He wasn't worth keeping alive anyway. These are my honest feelings. My hands are wet with another man's blood, and yet I am utterly calm. Now I know what I lost in the accident. Saya says that I can take it back, but I know that I cannot. It is gone forever, like the life of the man called Suzumi. Hey, Saya. No doctor could possibly fix my condition, you know. Fuminori? You can do what no human is capable of. You're not human, are you? Saya looks away, her expression unreadable. Everything is monstrous and loathsome in my eyes, everything but Saya. I thought that she was somehow unique. I was wrong. I see her just as I do everything else, as something other than what she really is. But why should that surprise me? Saya is part of my world, just as I am part of hers. It doesn't change what we are to each other. I stand and walk over to Suzumi's dismembered corpse. I read this manga once about a man who recovered from an accident only to find that he could no longer see the world as it was, kind of like me. I finally realized that even though the stench of these monsters' flesh turns my stomach, their blood and guts smell pretty good. In fact, I know this fragrance quite well. He saw people as rocks and robots, as beautiful women, and so he fell in love with something that wasn't remotely human. I retrieve the cleaver, pick up a piece of Suzumi's body, and start removing the skin and tendons. Ah, just as I thought. The stuff underneath is exactly the same as what Saya and I have been eating. Hey, this looks pretty good. Let's eat it. Fuminori. Oh, sorry, you're in no mood for that now, are you? Now that it's dead, though, meat is meat. It'd be a waste to throw it away. We should get in the fridge. Is that alright with you? Sure, I answer easily. There is no longer any room for doubt in my mind. Also, his wife and daughter are probably next door. They might cause trouble when he doesn't come home. We'd better hunt them down before they go to the police. Is that really what you want? Saya asks again, this time with a trace of fear in her voice. I guess I still haven't convinced her of my sincerity. So at the end of this manga, the man who fell for something inhuman gives up his own humanity for the sake of their love. A happy ending, don't you think? Fuminori. You're all I need now, Saya. Nothing else matters as long as we're together. Tossing the knife and meat aside, I pull Saya into my arms once more. I can say it now, can't I, Saya? I love you. As Saya wipes away the tears flowing from her eyes, I can no longer see any hint of fear in her face. I don't want you to regret this. I don't, but I have sworn my oath, and Saya has accepted it. We have nothing to fear now. Saya will never need to cry again. I can't help it. I'm so happy. I guess I'm pretty selfish, aren't I? I don't mind. I'll always indulge your selfishness. Filled with contentment, we exchange a smile and set to the task of cleaning the room. A single person produces a lot more meat than I expected. Speaking of which, I seem to remember doing something similar before. About his wife and daughter, I think he killed them. I heard their screams. All that makes things easier. After we finish here, we should go gather the meat from the Suzumi house. That should be enough to hold us for a while, and we can use the refrigerator to store what won't fit in ours. It's all coming together, Saya, and I will be just fine. I think I recognize this picture. After we finish our labors and get into bed, I show Saya what I found in Ogai's house. It looks familiar. Yeah, I've definitely been there. The photograph that Saya has selected is the one with a Toshigi prefecture address on the back. That's a house, right? I see trees and mountains. Wow. Fuminori, you can see pictures now? A little. At the outset of my ordeal, I had to depend entirely on my sense of distance and to decipher what I saw. The house is in front of me, the mountains are far behind them, the clouds high above, only distance and scale told me what they were. Photographs and other flat images used to be nearly impossible to make out. Recently, however, I've gotten better at understanding what things are by their shape. I know what the mountains and sky look like, for instance, and how to tell them apart from buildings. Each of the three pictures shows a similar scene, a lone house in the middle of a thick forest. Dad called it his retreat. He said that no one would find us there. Judging by the address on the back of each photo, they probably are excellent places to hide from prying eyes. But why 3? It's the only thing he finds that tastes good is eating people now. The dates are pretty old, and my legs hurt. Hold on. And it seems odd that they were all taken within a few days of each other. Maybe he was scouting properties looking for the perfect location for his hideaway. Saya recognizes only one of the houses, so that must be one Ogai picked. Checking the location on the road map of the Kanto area, I find that it's about 3 hours out of Tokyo by car. Do you think your father will be there? I tried calling him, but he didn't answer. I don't think he's there. But he might have stopped by recently. The way I see it, our only hope of finding Ogai is to follow whatever lead we have, no matter how small. The probability that his hideout will yield useful information may be low, but it's not zero. I think I'll check this place out tomorrow. Do you have to? Saya pouts. I wasn't expecting her to object. Isn't it far? It'll only take about half a day to go there, check it out, and come back. I have to stay home by myself while you're gone? So that's what it is? Slightly exasperated, I smile and rub Saya's head. Be a little patient, okay? You want to find your father too, don't you? After a brief silence, during which her expression is hard to decipher, Saya looks up at me and says, Hey, Fuminori, let's forget about Dad. Huh? That's the last thing I expected her to say. Forget about him? But he's your father, aren't you worried? Not anymore, Saya says, coming closer to feel my warmth. I have you now. I call him Dad, but he's not really my father. He taught me a lot and probably loved me in his own way, but you're kinder and warmer. Saya's words make me happy, but I also hear the loneliness in them. Are you really all right with that? Yeah, and you don't like being just the two of us? I do, but I also want to meet Dr. Ogai. Having finally figured out how to explain my feelings, I continue. I want to get to know you better. If there's someone who knows more about you than I do, I have to meet them. Oh. Saya doesn't seem upset, but she does tilt her head quizzically as though my thoughts are strange to her. And I also want to... Yeah, I'm going to check it out tomorrow. Another plan has started to form in my head, one separate from the search for Dr. Ogai. If I find the doctor there, great. If I don't, well, I think I can find another use for his mountain retreat. I know you'll be lonely, but try to bear it for a little while. Okay, she nods, but then looks questioningly into my eyes. Fuminori, you really want a family and friends, don't you? More people you can spend time with? Well, that would be more fun, yeah. Fearing that Saya will start sulking, I hurriedly add, but don't get me wrong, even if I could have lots of friends, you'll always be special to me. I know, thanks. Giggling, Saya rubs her cheeks against mine. I'll find something to make you happy, something just for you. You're kidding? Oh, God. Today of all of Koji's classes were in the morning. On his way to meet Yo for lunch after his final lecture, Koji suddenly gets a call in the middle of the hallway. Without thinking, he reaches into his belt for his new camera phone, but curses when he realizes the ringtone is coming from the old phone in his bag. He hasn't transferred his contacts list yet, and calls still come to his old phone from people who don't know the new number. When he finally fishes the phone from his bag, the name he sees on the display sends a chill up his spine. Fuminori. Why now? What does he want? It's hard to be happy about a call from Fuminori after the incident at the Ogai house. Hello? Hey Koji, you're done with class for today, right? Yeah. Of course Fuminori would know what Koji is free on Thursday afternoons. I need to talk to you about something. Can you come to the parking lot? Now? Yeah, I'll be waiting. Fuminori hangs up without another word. What's gotten into him? What does he want? Koji wonders as he sticks the phone into his jacket pocket. This sudden change is disturbing after a week of Fuminori avoiding both Koji and Yo. Maybe he's finally ready to talk, in which case Koji should probably consider this a good thing. Tastes like pork with extra... What does adrenaline taste like? Maybe he's finally ready to talk, in which case Koji should probably consider this a good thing. However, he can't shake the feeling that something is wrong. Now? Did I keep you waiting? Nah. In the parking lot, Koji finds Fuminori leaning against the fender of Koji's car. The last time they met was in the darkness of an abandoned house. This is the first time in over a week they've spoken face to face in the light. Perhaps that is why Koji senses something strange in Fuminori's expression. He's not sure what exactly, but something has changed. Oh, God. I think I told you before that I'm looking for information on a man named Ogai. And a super gamey deer boar. That's... Oh. Yeah, I got that. Well, it's starting to get more complicated. It looks like I can't handle it by myself after all. Fuminori seems more relaxed than before. He used to be tense all the time, like he was terrified of something, but now his expression is calm. He's even wearing what resembles a sheepish grin. I need your help, Koji. Nevertheless, some instinct is telling Koji that Fuminori's changes are not for the better. Why the sudden change of heart? Koji asks, keeping his expression neutral to conceal his suspicion. You're curious, aren't you? Fuminori responds coolly. His smile, unreadable as ever, offers no glimpse of his true motives. You searched Dr. Ogai's house after me. It's a waste of time for us to look for him separately. We should team up. Why? Why does he sense malice, thick and viscous through lurking behind Fuminori's smile? Anyway, I need your car today. Mind driving? I guess not. Fuminori's car was destroyed in the accident, so Koji isn't surprised that he needs a lift. Koji unlocks his car and gestures for Fuminori to take the passenger seat, then gets behind the wheel and starts the engine. Well, where are we going? North Toshigi, near the Nasu Heights. Toshigi? Can't believe his ears. Here's the address, Fuminori says, handing Koji a photo with an address on the back. We need to find this building. He seriously expects to be driven over 100 kilometers and back? Koji doesn't know whether to be angry or impressed. If we leave now, we should get there by evening, right? Yeah, maybe. Koji sighs heavily, tapping the steering wheel as he calms himself down. Now that he has come this far, the only thing he can do is see his friend's craziness through to the end. Is this a vacation home or something? Probably Dr. Ogai should be there. Koji isn't looking forward to meeting the owner of that creepy house, but he's even more uneasy about letting Fuminori go alone. It looks like he just has to grin and bear it. We might not get back until night. Sorry for the trouble. Don't mention it. Koji drives out of the parking lot, leaving the rest of what he thought to say unspoken. Fuminori's smile seems wrong somehow, like a mask hiding his true face. Yo finds herself sitting alone in the cafeteria, searching for a familiar face as her lunch cools on the table in front of her. She was hoping to see Koji today, but he must have had other plans. That wouldn't be at all unusual. Normally Omi and Fuminori would pick up the slack, but Omi and Fuminori aren't here anymore. Yo puts down her chopsticks, her appetite ruined by the lack of company and by the anxiety eating at her. Omi is missing, Fuminori has turned on her, and she has no idea why. If Koji were here, she could count on him to distract her with some idle conversation. Now that she is all by herself, Yo becomes keenly aware of how little tolerance she has for loneliness. She begins to feel paranoid, like the whole world is plotting to take from her everything that she cherishes. What is going on here? Where has Omi gone? Is Fuminori really unrelated to her disappearance? Or is he the key to this mystery, or as Koji and Dr. Tambo suspect? Yo recalls the events of last Thursday, alone and without an outlet for her pain after Fuminori verbally eviscerated her. Yo was lucky enough to run into Koji. Although he could hardly make her problem go away, his kindness was a comfort. At the same time, Omi was on her way to Fuminori's house, and she hasn't been heard from since. Yo has only been aware of Fuminori's connection to Omi's disappearance since yesterday, when Koji revealed the truth during their visit to the hospital. What if a new possibility occurs to her, a reason for why Omi suddenly decided to visit Fuminori? What if it hadn't been a coincidence that Yo ran into Koji that day? What if Koji and Omi had known that what transpired between her and Fuminori and had decided to act separately? Omi might have seen the confrontation in the courtyard. She might have been eavesdropping. It's not unthinkable. Let me have your heart as a little snacky snack. Aw. It's the nicest thing anyone's ever said to me. As the idea forms in her mind, Yo feels as though something is tearing apart her body from the inside. It's only a possibility, but if it's true, then whatever happened to Omi is Yo's responsibilities too, isn't it? Yo clutches her head, groaning in agony. The food on her tray is now cold, not that she would have eaten it anyway. Despite her frustration and anxiety, Yo is unable to act on her own. She has never been good at adapting to challenges, and no one would ever call her proactive. She hasn't the slightest idea how to respond to this situation. If Omi were here, she would probably tell Yo to think positive and trust her instincts. Yo has always depended on her best friend's energy. Now that Omi is gone, Yo realizes just how weak and useless she is. She can only sink deeper and deeper into the abyss of self-loathing. The sudden ringing of her phone pulls her back from the brink of despair. It's a text message. There's no title, and the sender is... Omi? Yo cries out in shock. The message itself is even more baffling. If you want to know about Sakisaka Fuminori, come to his house alone. Tell no one. The message bears no trace of Omi's personality, but Yo can't deny that it was sent from her phone. She takes a deep breath to calm herself before typing her reply, taking care that excitement doesn't cause her fingers to slip. I'll be real. I'm sorry. Is that Omi? Where are you? Yo presses send. The screen shows her message was received. As she waits for a reply, her mind fills with questions. Is someone else using Omi's phone to send text messages? If so, why to her? Something suddenly occurs to her. She and Omi have exchanged countless messages over the years, many of which contain the sort of embarrassing confessions that close girlfriends share. At times, when her feelings for Fuminori grew too strong to contain, Yo often put them into words for Omi to read. Did Omi put a password on her phone? Even if she had, the person who sent the message was obviously able to unlock it, which means that whoever it is has full access to her history. Do you want to know about Sakisaka Fuminori? Yo reads the strange message one more time. Whoever sent it must believe that. Yo has an interest in Fuminori. The phone rings again, startling Yo, but she quickly recovers and looks at the screen. There's no title, and the sender is still Takahata Omi. I'll tell you everything when we meet. Come alone. Tell no one. It's not Omi. She would never try to scare Yo with such a mean-spirited prank. Anxiety has brought Yo almost to tears. Her mind is made to deal with this. Who is using Omi's phone and promising to reveal Fuminori's secrets? Who? Yo desperately wants advice from Koji, from anyone. She even starts to dial Koji's cell, but a sudden suspicion stops her. The sender might be somewhere nearby, watching her at this very moment. A cold chill runs down her spine as she looks furtively around the cafeteria. Come alone, tell no one. The lifeless characters on the screen are like a knife against her throat. However, Yo clutches her phone and forces her heart to stop pounding. Isn't this cowardice exactly what she hates most about herself? Doesn't she want to know what she's capable of? Doesn't she want to do more than sit and wait? Yo realizes that, and her hand is shaking. How easy it would be to just give in to her cowardice, to convince herself that Omi and Fuminori are beyond her reach. That is what she truly wants. Even if it means abandoning dignity and loyalty, she wants to flee from the unknown. But she also knows that even escape is beyond her. Yo understands herself well. She knows that no matter how far she runs, regret and self-loathing will consume her after everything else has fallen apart. In the end, Yo is unable to overcome her cowardice alone. She lacks both the willpower and the courage to run. Hey kids, want to see a dead body? The afternoon silence is somehow forbidding. A stink is in the air, the stink of garbage left out to rot. Even this perfectly normal residential neighborhood seems ominous to Yo. In her current state, she feels like she's standing in the middle of a necropolis, as if everyone in the houses around her is dead. Yo pushes her fear aside and presses the buzzer on the Sakisaka house's front gate. Fuminori wasn't in class today. Is he home? He couldn't have sent those awful messages, could he? She doesn't even want to consider the possibility, so she forces the unwelcome thought from her mind. There's no response from the intercom. Yo doesn't know, of course, that Omi stood in the same spot 1 week ago, staring at the silent intercom with the same confusion that Yo was experiencing now. She, however, is not forced to wait as Omi was. The phone in her pocket rings, catching her off guard. It's another text message. Another text message from Omi's phone. Come in, the door is open. Yo looks around quickly, a shiver running through her as she realizes that she's being watched. Searching fearfully for her observer, Yo spots movement out of the corner of her eye. On the second floor of the Sakisaka house, a tightly drawn window curtain just fluttered. The person who sent the messages is inside the house. Only now does Yo realize that every other window has its storm shutters closed. No matter what happens inside, no one will ever know. This time she nearly gives in to the intense urge to flee, but the terror she feels toward her invisible watcher is stronger and will not permit her to turn back upon the open window. She has nowhere to run. Yo bursts into tears, unable to take a single step. The phone in her hand rings again, demanding that she enter. She steps through the gate. When she enters the house, an overwhelming stench assaults her nostrils. I'm sorry, I've been getting like a lot of messages and what is going on? Oh, I thought something was going on. All right, it was just my friend Danny lost her fucking piercing. Because normally when they're texting a lot, it's like, oh, okay, and then when she enters the house, an overwhelming stench assaults her nostrils. It smells like a brony convention, but worse. The house is dark, even though it is nothing against brownies. The house is dark, even though it is the middle of the day. Fuminori must be out, as his shoes are not in the vestibule. However, Yo catches a sight of a different pair of stuff behind the shoe cupboard. They look familiar, so she pulls them out of the shadows for a closer look. As soon as she recognizes them, her mind tries desperately to deny reality. They are identical to Omi's favorite shoes. Yo has seen her wearing them many times before, but that doesn't mean Omi is here. She tells herself they might belong to someone else, someone who brought the same shoes from the same store. There's no way Omi could be here. Is there? With a sudden flash of clarity, Yo presses the most frequently used speed dial button on the phone in her tightly clenched fist. The phone dials Omi's number. And it takes only a second for the signal to reach the nearest relay station, and then a familiar ringtone echoes through the house. It's coming from the second floor. Someone must still be up there in the room with the moving curtains. Omi's phone rings for just a few moments, and then it stops, as whoever is holding it realizes Yo's intentions. For the first time, Yo feels the definite presence of her formless guide. Who's there? She gathers her courage and calls out into the house, but there is no response. Whoever it is must now want to be seen. Swallowing hard, Yo walks down the hallway to the staircase. Maybe it's Omi, maybe it's Fuminori. Surely it's just the two of them playing a prank on her. Koji might even be here with them. Yo's mind fills with comforting images of her friends. She needs to believe that there is still hope, otherwise she could not take another step. Is that you, Omi? Fuminori, are you there? As she climbs, for some reason her shirt got unbuttoned too. As she climbs the stairs one at a time, Yo calls out in a voice choked with tears. When they see her sobbing, they'll probably laugh at her. Let them. It would be the happiest moment of her life. She just wants this torment to end. She tries to move faster, but her trembling legs will not let her. With each agonizing second that passes, she begs for release from this nightmare. There better not be an oops titty. After climbing for what seems an eternity, Yo finds herself standing in the second floor hallway. No sound greets her. There is only the gloom, brimming with silent malice. Omi? Omi, are you there? She shuffles forward, calling out in a weak voice. Come out already, please. I can't take this anymore. The door in front of her is half open. It must lead to the room that overlooks the front gate. Yo watches helplessly from a corner of her mind as her body, seeming to move on its own volition, slowly opens the door. Dear God Almighty. The room is empty. The damp, stinking air clings to Yo's skin. Please, stop this. She is at her limit, unable to take a single step more. Her spirit has been utterly crushed. Perhaps this is the moment her tormentor was waiting for. Whoa! We're going to act like we didn't just see that. I need everyone to be real cool for a second. So I can't show that, so I gotta block that for a second. That is the jump scare that scared me, but not because it's scary, but oh my God. So I'm gonna narrate everything, and you're just gonna have to use your imagination because I can't show you this. Something grabbed Yo's arm from behind, something flexible and strong, like slime-covered rubber. As the thing binds her limbs, finger-like appendages tear roughly through her blouse and force their way inside. Yo screams at the top of her lungs, amazed that she still has the strength to do so. Responding to her distress, primal energy surges through her body as she flails wildly to free herself. However, the grip of the thing behind her remains unbreakable. With escape impossible, Yo can only scream louder as something cold and wet slips under her bra and wraps itself around her breasts. Those were the things that we saw earlier. Bro, I can't take this game seriously. I don't think I should be. Her ears are filled with the sound of something slimy over her skin. As the loathsome assault continues, the unimaginable terror that threatens to drive Yo utterly mad. Her throat is already raw from screaming, and now she can't even breathe as she struggles desperately against her attacker. Suddenly, the thing pulls away. Now we can... I hate when something cold... Me too. Suddenly, the thing pulls away. Yo falls to the floor and unable to support herself on her unresponsive legs. I might need... You know what? I feel like I'm going to see the titties again. The creature that grabbed her is still here, lurking in a dark corner of the room. She can feel it watching her, but can't bring herself to turn around. She knows that seeing it will likely destroy the last vestiges of her sanity. From close by comes the beep of buttons being pressed. Alright, you know what, we might be okay. Yo hears a cheerful electronic sound, terribly out of place in his room, or in this room, and sees the phone in her hand blink coldly. A new text message has arrived. We won't tell. Oh my God. She is powerless to stop herself from reading the characters on the screen. You're pretty, and your breasts are so big and soft. I bet they're good for attracting males. Can I tell you guys something? This is kind of stupid and personal, but one time a girl was like trying to sex with me. Well, anyway, she's like, oh yeah, what do you like? It's like, I like it when your penis is inside of me. Well, I guess in a way that, I mean, what you're saying makes sense, and in practice, yes, but no flowery language. We're just cutting right to it, I guess. Yeah, that's... Now Now she has her answer. The message from Omi's phone were sent by the thing that just mauled her breasts. We're talking about those a lot. God. Yo curls up into a tiny sobbing ball, unable to raise her voice or even move. Oh God, please save me. The creature makes a burbling sound. Yo somehow understands that it is laughing at her. That must be how you tempted Fuminori. You tried to steal him from me, didn't you, thief? Oh. Something cold seizes Yo's ankles, then travels slowly up her legs until it has covered her entire lower body. Some primal female instinct tells her exactly what is going to happen. It was. It was very prim and proper, I guess. She will be... Oh, God. I'm really glad you can't see that word. She will be R-worded, powerless to resist a fate worse than death. Stop, she pleads feebly. Even though there is no hope that the inhuman creature will be merciful. Please, not that. She hears its bubbling laughter again. The thing is enjoying her sorrow, her despair. Yo no longer has the strength to resist the monster on top of her. She is only able to shiver in revulsion as the cold, slimy thing covers her body. Her sight grows dim as her mind sinks deeper and deeper into a black swamp-like abyss. A weight pushes itself between her legs, but it seems so far away. You know, if you made it consenting, this could just be a dark romance story instead, which would probably sell gangbusters. A rewrite? Okay, I think we're good. Okay, I won't kill you. Though her mind is now barely functioning, Yo hears a voice whisper to her inside her head. It is a girl's voice, sweet and sinister, with the cruel innocence of a child gleefully plucking the wings from butterflies. Instead, I'll let you share in our happiness. Rejoice, Yo. We'll love you to death. The soft voice is a stark contrast to the unyielding strength that drives irresistibly into Yo's core. The pain is sharp and savage, greater than anything she has ever felt before. We gotta, let's just not look at that picture again. It should be unbearable that there is no longer enough left of Yo's mind to recognize it as pain. Oh. While she stares blankly at the thing slithering deeper and deeper into her body, an idle thought floats her fading consciousness. I've still never been kissed, have I? Alright, I think we're okay. Deja vu! We hop into my 2003 Corolla here. It has begun to snow by the time they pass Utsunomiya on the Tohoku... You're going to have to bear with me, guys. That's probably what it is, Bert. Tohoku Expressway. I hope the roads aren't snowed out, Koji says. In the passenger seat, Fuminori is gazing out of the frosted window in silence. He's been in this trance-like state for almost an hour now. Taking advantage of his inattention, Koji stares unabashedly at Fuminori from the corner of his eye. He still doesn't understand the danger signal that he's been getting from the man. Fuminori has stopped avoiding Koji, and he's even looking him in the eye when he talks. So why does he seem even more distant now than he did when he was trying to push his friends away? Fuminori's posture is noticeably relaxed, but his gaze never wavers, not even for a moment. It's as though he is focused on a clearly defined future that he has chosen to bring about, one that has no place for the needs or wants of others. Right now, Fuminori is complete. Koji cannot help but feel that beneath his bland exterior is a core of solid steel that no one can touch. About Omi, Koji says suddenly, trying to gauge Fuminori's reaction. It's been a week since she disappeared, and we still haven't heard from her. Oh, Fuminori replies curtly, still staring into the distance. That's not good. I wonder what happened to her. Fuminori's tone is completely emotionless. Koji might as well have asked him about the weather or the condition of the mountain roads near their destination. I asked you this before, but you're sure you don't have any idea what happened to her? Not a clue, Fuminori says. in exactly the same tone that he used when Koji first questioned him following Omi's disappearance. Koji's eyes narrow. It's like you don't give a damn. That's not true. Finally, Fuminari shows some emotion. He sounds hurt, like he can't believe Koji could think such a thing. She disappeared on the way to my place, didn't she? Of course I'm worried. Deja vu. Suddenly, frustration wells up inside Koji. If possible, he'd like nothing more than to beat the secrets out of Fuminari's head. Koji is worried sick about Omi. To have his concern brushed off so coldly would be unbearable coming from a complete stranger. But from Fuminari, who was his best friend, Fuminari never used to be this callous. Even if Koji tried to interrogate him, he'd probably never find out what changed him so. If Fuminari were just hiding inside the shell he'd erected around himself after the accident, Koji might have been able to get some answers out of him. With this sly, evasive Fuminari, however, there's nothing Koji can do. Fuminari will never reveal his true intentions, not to anyone. This is real world and universe now, which is... It's all real world things going on, but he doesn't understand, or like, nobody knows what the other guy is seeing. All that's left then is for Koji to discover the truth on his own. Omi was going to talk to you about Tsukuba, you know. Oh? Fuminari smiles bitterly at the mention of Tsukuba's name, perhaps feeling sympathy for her pain. To Koji, however, it seems like pity, the sort one directs at an ant or a worm. I wouldn't say what to know. What the fuck did I read? I wouldn't know what to say, to be honest. It's been hard to talk to her after what happened. Unbelievable. If Fuminari's feelings for Yo were really this cold, then he would have rejected her when she first confessed to him, but he didn't, or at least the Fuminari before the accident didn't. Once again, Koji can't help but wonder if this man who looks like his friend is really a different person who only possesses the memories of Sagisaka Fuminari. I'm sorry. Dude, this breaks my brain sometimes. The snow has stopped falling when they get off the West Nasu Flats interchange. This area must already be getting a lot of snow, however, as the nearby mountains are covered in white beneath the trees. By the time they turn off the highway and enter the mountains, road conditions are already bad enough for Koji to regret having forgotten tire chains. Nevertheless, he continues to power his car up the precarious slopes with only a road map to guide him. In places like this, an address isn't enough to pinpoint a location. His only choice is to drive down every road, including private roads that aren't even on the map, while searching for something that matches the photograph. Who would buy a home in a place like this? It's far from prying eyes, that must be why Dr. Ogai chose it. The more he hears about Ogai, the less Koji wants to meet him. Yeah, that's the thing why would you go with your friend, your weird friend, to this in the middle of nowhere place? Fuminari is the one who spots the narrow road half hidden in the trees. It's practically an animal trail overgrown with weeds that are tall and strong enough to withstand the weight of the snow. But then again, if you've known somebody for so long that, like, even if they start acting weird, there's like, well, you knew how they were before, so maybe, like, things have gone back to, like, I feel like it's like a desperation of your mind going, I hope that this is who they are again. Fuminari is the one who spots a narrow road half hidden in the trees. It's practically an animal trail overgrown with weeds that are tall and strong enough to withstand the weight of the snow. Is this really a road? Koji stops the car and sticks his head out of the window to stare into the dark forest, but he can't see where the path leads through the tightly packed trees. How does it look to you? Fuminari hands Koji the photo, which he compares to the mountain ridges visible beyond the trees. Yeah, it's definitely the right angle. Let's check it out. Fuminari's tone is as flat as always, but there is a quiet intensity in his voice that leaves no room for argument. Although Koji is worried that his car's suspension won't be able to handle the terrain. There's no turning back now. He shifts into second gear and starts down the frozen road. The sun sets early at high altitudes. As the car creeps up the mountain path, Koji catches glimpses through the trees of the gradually darkening sky. The forest is completely still, with no sound save for the rumble of the car's engine and the crackle of snow and brush beneath its tires. Fuminori is once again staring silently through the front window. In the ominous silence, Koji feels the same faint chill that he felt when standing before Ogai's suburban home. It feels wrong, as though he is traveling deeper and deeper into a world not his own. After some time, a blocky shape suddenly appears amid the trees, standing out against the twilight sky. Koji turns off the engine and compares the structure in front of him to the picture in his hand. A perfect match. Before he can tell Fuminori, however, his friend is already out of the car. Hey. Realizing that it's pointless to call out to him, Koji shakes his head, grabs a flashlight from the glove compartment, and follows Fuminori across the snow-covered yard. The photo must not have been taken recently, as the old run-down cabin before them has clearly been left to the mercy of the elements for some time. The front door appears to be locked, but Fuminori kicks it down without a second thought. Koji just watches, knowing that nothing he could say now would matter. All the windows are shut with heavy curtains, and the gloom inside is thick and stifling. Fuminori turns on his own flashlight and starts rummaging through the cabin without regard for its owner's privacy. Koji is reluctant to do the same, but it is obvious that this mountain retreat has been abandoned for a long time, just like the house in Tokyo. There's no point in being considerate now. He goes to search a different room. Soon after entering the cabin, however, he realizes that their search is meaningless. There's nothing inside but the bare necessities of life. Some rooms are even completely empty, save for a thick layer of dust on the floor. Of what pieces of furniture are present, more than half appear to have never been used. There's an empty chest of drawers without a single scratch or handprint, but bearing the telltale signs of mold and moisture damage. The condition of the cabin is eerie, though in a different way than the filthiness of the house in the city. It's like someone put together a mock-up of a home, then left it to decay. The only signs that anyone lived here are found in the toilet, the bath, the kitchen, and the bedroom. It appears that the cabin was never used for anything but eating and sleeping. And pooping. Beneath the darkened sky, the snow itself seems to glow with a cold white light. The scene is like something out of a fairy tale, but to Koji, it serves only as an unpleasant reminder that he has stepped outside of the reality that he knows. Next to the front porch is a plain wooden door half buried in the ground. It's locked, of course, but Koji sees no reason for restraint after what Fuminori did to the front door. The door offers surprisingly little resistance to Koji's heavy kick, breaking open to reveal a set of concrete stairs leading down into a pitch-black basement. Koji would prefer to leave such a forbidding place to Fuminori, but it's not like he can just ask him to take his place. He descends into the chilly darkness, the beam of his flashlight leading the way. Saying there's plenty of games that do some fucked up shit like this still. There turns out to be nothing in the basement but a storage room and a boiler, exactly one would expect to find in an isolated mountain cabin. The few packages of preserved food sitting on the shelves have long since passed their expiration dates, and the boiler doesn't appear to have been used in years. Koji guesses that Ogai's mountain home has been abandoned longer than the house in Tokyo. Was Fuminori simply mistaken when he said that Ogai might be here, or was he lying from the beginning? Not sure what to do next, Koji goes back up the stairs and walks around the outside of the cabin, and there he finds the backyard. He suddenly finds himself in the ring from 2002. It's in much worse condition than the front yard, having been mostly reclaimed by the forest, and must have been neglected even when the cabin was still in use. The remnants of a woodshed lie in the yard, the mushrooms growing on it speaking to how much time has passed since its collapse. Next to the rotten logs, however, stands a circle of stone that has not yet succumbed to the elements. A well. The well has no bucket or pulley, and when Koji peers carefully into it, he sees that the water is no longer flowing. It's probably less than 10 meters deep, depending on how much mud is piled up inside. Koji's search of the cabin reveals nothing of interest, inside or out. Leaning against the edge of the well, Koji wonders why Ogai bought this remote home deep in the mountains, and what he was doing here. As far as Koji can tell, there's no sign that more than one person ever stayed here. It's far from prying eyes. Fuminari's words play back in Koji's head. Could this have been some sort of secret refuge? A place to remain hidden from the world? That would explain why there's nothing to suggest that whoever lived here did anything more than eat and sleep. Thanks for coming by, Sane. I don't want to miss what happens, but I gotta go to bed. Good night, Sabrizi. Thanks for being here, guys. The stream will still be available, so after the stream you can come back to it, and you can catch up. Thanks for staying awake, one with the hat. Thank you so much. Let me just make sure something too. Oh yeah, make sure you subscribe too. It's far from prying. Koji suddenly remembers the doctor he met yesterday at T University. Maybe she knows something. He takes out his phone and calls up the number. There's barely a signal, but it manages to get through. Koji's hopes are soon dashed, however, when his call goes straight to Dr. Tanbo's voicemail. He considers calling back later, but realizes that it'd be hard to talk to her with Fuminari around. Fuminari would not at all be pleased to learn that Koji and Yo went to see his doctor. Koji decides that he'd better tell the doctor what he can while he's still alone. Hello, this is Tono Koji. Thank you for your help yesterday. Koji leaves a clear and concise message explaining that he went from Fuminari to Ogai's mountain retreat, giving the address and asking for confirmation that the property belongs to Ogai. I'll call again when I get back to Tokyo. Goodbye. After hanging up, Koji thinks back to their visit to the hospital. Is Dr. Tanbo actually investigating like she would? Her reluctance to speak of Dr. Ogai is weighing on his mind. He talked to Yo about it on the way home, but they were unable to decide whether the doctor could really be trusted. Speaking of which, how is Yo doing? Koji hasn't seen her today. He didn't say a word to her about this trip to Toshiki. She might be worried, especially so soon after Omi's disappearance. Thinking to check up on her, Koji dials Yo's number and is surprised when it rings longer than it usually does. Did she forget her phone somewhere? Just as he is about to give up, the call connects. The first thing Koji hears is a strange sound. It's not a signal interference, but some kind of wet, distorted noise, like the voiceless groans or perhaps sobs of someone far away. No, that's exactly what they are. The person on the other side is crying. Tsukuba, is that you? Who's there? There's a response, but is it really Tsukuba's voice? It's too twisted with agony for Koji to tell. Panic surges through Koji as he realizes that something is terribly wrong. It's Koji, Tono Koji. Is that you, Tsukuba? Where are you? After a short period of nothing but pained moans, words are coming through the speaker one by one as though each takes an act of will. I was attacked by a monster, and now there's something wrong with my body. What? What happened? Are you alright? Yo must be delirious because Koji can't understand a thing she's saying. Her gasps and wheezes, however, are enough to tell him that she's in unimaginable pain. I'm rotting away. My skin is melting. My ear just came off. She's not making any sense. Koji feels despair, seizes his heart in an iron grip. What is happening to Yo now, 100 kilometers away? Only her voice gives any hint of what she's going through. There's nothing he can do for her. Help me, Koji. This isn't how my fingers are supposed to look. Call the cops, Tsukuba. Call for help. No, I can't let anyone see me like this. Yo suddenly breaks into a violent hacking cough as though trying to expel something filling her throat. Tsukuba! Koji screams into the phone, his reason overwhelmed by unimaginable horror, which is why he is unable to react when the phone is suddenly knocked from his hand, and also why he didn't notice Fuminori sneaking up on him until it was too late. What? Fuminori seizes Koji's lower jaw with his right hand, cutting off Koji's angry shout. Koji can hardly believe the strength of the smaller man's grip. His biggest mistake was leaning back against the well. There's nothing to grab onto as Fuminori pushes him backward over the edge. He can only flail his arms vainly against the air. Koji soon loses his balance entirely. He feels a terrifying weightlessness as the world spins before his eyes. Before he can realize what has happened, his back strikes something with tremendous force. He thrashes wildly as cold, dirty water fills his mouth and freezes him to the core. Only when his fingers find the wall of the well is he able to regain his sense of direction and right himself. On his hands and knees in the mud, Koji vomits filthy water out of his lungs. Fuminori. He tries to shout, but it comes out as a hoarse groan, distorted by the echo in the cramped space. Fuminori's laughter, on the other hand, is as clear as a bell. Sorry for interrupting your call, he says scornfully. Here, I'll return this. Fuminori tosses Koji's phone into the well. Koji catches it before it hits him in the face, but finds that the battery pack has been removed, rendering it useless. What the hell are you doing? This is no joke. It's a miracle that Koji is uninjured. He could have easily broken his neck. And just because he's not hurt doesn't mean he's not safe. Or doesn't mean that he's safe. Koji feels around the inside of the well, searching for something to hold on to, but the mud-covered stone offers no purchase. It's obvious that he won't be able to get out without help. Too bad the fall didn't kill you. Now you have to freeze to death. You really have no luck, Koji. You can't be serious, Koji starts to say, but trails off as the pieces finally come together in his head. Today's sudden change in Fuminori's attitude, that smile that always seemed somehow malevolent. Fuminori hadn't been smiling at Koji, but at the thought of his friend's death. Why? He can't wrap his head around this turn of events. Why would Fuminori try to kill him? True, Fuminori hadn't wanted Koji to stay out of his business, but is that really a motive for murder? It's not that I needed you dead right now, exactly, but you might have become trouble later on, so I figured I might as well take advantage of this remote location to, well... Might as well? You're doing this on a whim? Do you really need a reason to die? Fuminori replies coldly. He sounds truly amazed that Koji would ask such a thing. What makes you so special, Koji? People die for no reason at all. My parents did, and I almost followed them. You're crazy. Come up with your own reason, why don't you? You'll have plenty of time down there. Fuminori disappears from view, leaving Koji alone in the darkness with nothing to connect him to the outside world. Fuminori. Hey, Fuminori! Koji shouts at the top of his lungs, knowing beyond a doubt that if Fuminori leaves, all hope of rescue will vanish with him. No one will ever hear him calling for help from the bottom of his mountain well. It's Tsukuba. She's in trouble. Hey, Fuminori, listen. Get me out of here. In his desperation, Koji no longer comprehends the futility of begging for mercy. No god or devil will answer him. His only hope is that Fuminori will have a change of heart. Praying for a miracle, he keeps calling Fuminori's name. Eventually, the sky grows as dark as the bottom of the well. Koji can no longer make out the edge of the opening, and he has long since lost track of how many hours he has been screaming. Nevertheless, he continues to scream, for he knows that the despair silence brings will kill him. I feel great, the same feeling that you get when the last piece of a difficult puzzle slides smoothly into place. I have killed a man, and no one will ever know. It is a long way back to civilization, but neither the cold nor the exhaustion can ruin my good mood as I walk alone down the snow-covered mountain road. I was tempted to use Koji's car, but that would have introduced a flaw into the plan. I don't want anyone to connect me to his disappearance. The plan formed in my mind the moment that I realized how remote the location was. Even if I couldn't find anything to lead me to Dr. Ogai, his absence would at least prove that the cabin had been utterly abandoned, in which case it would be the perfect spot to take care of a problem. I knew coming all the way out to Toshigi wouldn't be a waste of time. I didn't even need to use the meat cleaver hidden under my jacket, a dry well. It's like fate itself provided me with the perfect setting. That idiot didn't even realize the danger he was in, and his phone call distracted him enough for me to take him by surprise. Now one of the two people whose questions might have caused trouble for me and Saya has vanished from the face of the earth. All that's left is to eliminate the other. Sakuba, I mustn't underestimate her. Just because she's less aggressive than Koji, even she should be able to see a connection between the disappearances of her two friends. I suppose I should be thankful that it was Yo to whom Koji was talking on the phone. If he'd reported our location to a third party, I'd have to track down and eliminate that person too. I'm a little worried about what they were discussing, but judging by how Koji was screaming into the phone, they probably weren't exchanging detailed information. Either way, I'd better get rid of Yo as soon as possible. After walking all night long, I finally reached the Nasu Flat station just as the trains start running. It only takes an hour to get back to Tokyo on the Limited Express. It's not enough time to rest, but I'm too wound up for that to matter. Besides, I don't want to waste any time thinking of a way to kill Yo. Using the cabin again would be too dangerous, and I'm not sure how I'd get out there in the first place. I just exploded in her face the other day. I doubt that she'll be as quick to trust me as Koji was, which means that it will be difficult to get her alone. I could ask Saya for her opinion, but even I have some pride. I want to show her that I'm a man who can take care of business. Unfortunately, I'm unable to come up with anything before I get home. I suppose that I should just be proud of having dealt with Koji, the immediate threat. The search of Dr. Ogai's cabin was a bust, with no trace of his having been there, but I see no reason to be frustrated. Saya isn't all that concerned about the doctor's whereabouts, so looking for him is just something to satisfy my own curiosity. I'm home. It's morning, half a day later than I normally get home, and the sound of Saya running down the stairs tells me just how impatient she was for my return. It makes me feel warm inside. Welcome home, Fuminori. She throws her arms around my neck, her smile at least 20% brighter than usual. Sorry I'm late. There was a change of plans. It's okay. I'm just about done with my preparations too. Preparations? Saya responds to my confusion with a mischievous smile. I'm getting a surprise ready for you. What kind of surprise? That's a secret. Anyway, aren't you tired? Do you want to eat or take a bath first? I don't realize how hungry I am until Saya mentions it. I walked all night without a bite to eat, and now my stomach's emptiness becomes painfully clear. However, I can't sit down to a leisurely meal while covered in the dirt and sweat of the road. I'd like to grab a quick snack and get in a long hot bath first. I thought you'd say that, so I got the bath ready. You must be cold after being out all night. Yeah, I sure am. I'm amazed by Saya's foresight. She's always ready to give me what I want before I want it. This might be... Oh, no, that's not bad. Sounds like you had a hard time. While soaking in the bath together, I tell Saya about my adventure. Killing him was easier than I thought. The hard part was getting home. The heat of the bath is soothing, as is the sensation of Saya leaning back against my chest as she massages the fatigue out of my stiff leg muscles. Ah, I'm home. Contentment fills me. I don't even need to sleep to relieve my exhaustion. Just like the living room and the bedroom, the bathroom is painted in the colors that Saya and I find pleasing. We've found the entrance and hallway untouched, just in case someone should see inside. So these 3 rooms are the only places I can relax in my own home. It was cold in the mountains, even for winter. I should have worn heavier clothing. I was afraid I'd freeze to death when it got dark. Why didn't you just take Koji person's clothes? I pushed him into a well, remember? His clothes were with him at the bottom. Oh yeah. Saya laughs and sticks her tongue out bashfully. Take a nap and wake up to a stream. Why the It's not a Gooner game. Random guy, what the fuck? You come in here 3.5 hours later and you assume it's a Gooner game. It's not a Gooner game. Now there's just the Tsukuba girl to worry about. She's the only person I can think of who can connect me to Koji's disappearance. After I take care of her, we can finally relax. Saya glances at me over her shoulder like she knows something I don't. Have you already thought of a way to kill her? Well, I've been thinking about it, but I haven't come up with anything yet. I was hoping that you might have some ideas. Leave it to me, she says, grinning with unusual confidence. I've got ways you'd never dream of. It's as good as done. Really? Okay, it should be ready by now. Saya's voice is full of anticipation. She rises from the bath. I might need to block that part. Come on, I have something to show you. Oh wait, this is okay. Close your eyes and don't open till I say it's okay. Okay. Okay, this is the part that I'm pretty sure I can't show. Yeah, this is a horror game, random guy. I mean, there's some shit I can't show. I have no idea what's going on, but I do as Saya says and close my eyes. This is me taking precaution. Yeah, it is. Yeah. She takes my hand and leads me up the stairs. As I wonder what she has in store for me, the sound of crying reaches my ears. I stiffen. Is someone here? No peeking, she admonishes me, then strokes my arm too. Okay, we're still okay here. Don't worry, there's no danger. All right. Okay, this is the part because I remember seeing this part before. Little by little, the crying grows louder. I can hear the misery and pain in every choked sob. At first, I'm amazed that Saya would let someone in our house after what happened 2 days ago, but then I realize that something is strange. Isn't Saya the only one whose voice can carry such clear emotion to me? Although my eyes are still closed with Saya, leads me into the bedroom. My ears tell me that there is someone only a few feet away, and yet I smell none of the human body odor that normally turns my stomach. Okay, time to say hello. Open your eyes. I open my eyes, and am struck dumb by what I see. Yeah, she's naked. I can't show that. Tsukuba Yo is curled up on the floor with not a scrap of clothing to cover her shivering body. When I first lay eyes upon her naked flesh, I am entranced by the sensuality of her generous proportions. I don't think you needed to say that. Far more mature than I would have expected from her usual pure and innocent appearance. Oh, God. Wait, forget about that. Why is she in my bedroom, naked? Moreover, why is she... Well, how does she look to you? She's beautiful, but why can I... It doesn't make sense. This is Tsukuba Yo, I remember, not the putrid creature whose attentions I found so unbearable after the accident. My senses recognize her as the human that she is. This girl loves you, you know. I do know, but I've never told Saya. How did she find out? So I decided to change her body into one that you can love back. Saya pauses to gauge my reaction and continues with a satisfied nod. I made her like me. What? How? I still don't understand why Saya chose Yo, but this last statement is even more baffling. I wouldn't say that this is a Gooner game at all. This isn't done in like a fun sexual way. This is done in like a, this is really fucked up kind of way. Yeah, it's not a, this isn't a, just because it's an anime game doesn't mean it's a Gooner game. But this last statement is even more baffling. She changed Yo? Don't you remember what I said the other day? I can mold the bodies of other living things. Yes, I remember. She claimed to have done something to Suzumi's brain. I didn't doubt her sincerity then, but I suppose that some part of me thought she was exaggerating. I hadn't seen her handiwork firsthand. It was a big change this time, not like the little tweak I made to the man next door, but this is how my abilities are really meant to be used. This was my first time doing it, though. Is this really Yo? Yo finally notices my presence and turns her head to face me. I see a faint glimmer of recognition in her glassy, unfocused eyes. Her features are exactly as I remember them. Incredible. This is far beyond cosmetic surgery. Once a twisted creature, unrecognizable as human, Yo is now the very image of human femininity. There is no similarity between what she was and what she is. which can only mean that she has become something utterly inhuman. According to Saya, she has become what Saya is. Okay, now I can show her again. No one on this planet knows more about the biology of Homo sapiens than I do. Saya declares, her voice full of pride for her first creation. I've studied a lot. Studied? How did you learn this? Who taught you? When? She couldn't have learned from Dr. Ogai. No teacher on Earth could impart such knowledge or skill. Come on, don't you remember what you've been giving me every night? Saya blushes. That's like a blueprint for the human body. Jesus fucking Christ. I can decipher it, and then I can bend it to my will. Alright. What is she really? I've accepted that she isn't human, but there's more to her than that. Saya is something that far transcends my species. It was my first time, though, so I might have messed up a little. When Saya approaches Yo, trembles and tries to crawl away, but is only able to flail her arms and legs wildly. It's like she doesn't know how to move her own body, and the only sounds coming from out of her mouth are frightened moans. She can't talk? Yeah, Saya sighs in mild disappointment. I guess the change broke her mind. Is reasonable. I feel kind of bad. I guess the change broke her mind. I mean, it did take a whole 20 hours. She must have suffered a lot. I feel kind of bad. Whoop, boop, boo. We don't show that. Yo looks at me pleadingly, as though begging me to save her. She is no longer able to... I mean, then again, Martha is dead. We straight up cut out a baby out of someone's stomach, so... Yo looks up at me pleadingly, as though begging me to save her. She is no longer able to ask me for help, though, or even to call my name. Well, Saya asks, her eyes shining with anticipation, do you like her? And ate her... Yeah. God, that game was something. Do you like her? I'm at a loss for how to respond. What do you mean, like her? You said you wanted family and friends, didn't you? That's why I got you this present. Her innocent explanation only confuses me further. Present? Come on, she's not a dog, or else she'd be getting eaten like in Martha is Dead. There's not much difference. Her head is totally empty. I'm happy that Saya wants to please me, but she could use a little more common sense. It's not that. Holding a person captive is probably a lot harder than you think. Don't worry about it. Look, I have her chained up. The only thing preventing Yo from being totally naked is the leather collar around her neck. I have no idea where Saya got it from, but it's the kind of dog collar that would be sold in any pet store. The chrome chain is fastened to one of the bedposts. Okay, we can... Yo tries to get away again, but Saya sends her sprawling with the tug of the chain. Yo tumbles to the floor, squealing in pain. Her actions are those of an unintelligent animal, just as Saya said. She doesn't have the brains to escape or get help. See? There's nothing for you to worry about. Saya has a point. Does she? I was racking my brain for a plan to kill Yo, but now my problem has been solved in a way that I could never have imagined. If a normal person looks upon her now, they'll probably see no trace of the old Yo. And if she has no memories and can't even speak, then it's perfect. Saya has killed Yo without taking her life. Though there's still the problem of what she means by giving Yo to me. You're not happy? Saya asked dejectedly. Her confidence suddenly gone. Did I misunderstand again? Is this a problem for you? No, but I can take care of her all by myself. I won't let her make things difficult for you, so she can stay, please? That's not it. The last thing I want is to project this symbol of Saya's affection. But how can I explain to Saya why I'm trying not to look at the naked woman writhing on the floor? It's not that. I mean, you can't see her nipples, but still, it's like, I probably shouldn't. Yo is the first human figure besides Saya that I have seen in the 3 months since the accident, and she's a woman. A woman positively glowing with voluptuous feminine beauty. Good God, of course I'm happy, but I also can't ignore the reason, or ignore the voice of reason that's telling me not to be. I'm happy, really, but if I show how pleased I am, I'm worried that she'll... Huh? Saya looks puzzled, as though she has absolutely no idea what I'm getting at. I mean, look, she's still a girl. Oh, God, don't you balk at the thought of me living with another girl? After considering this briefly, Saya finally seems to understand what I'm trying to say. Haha, of course not. You worry too much. Maybe I'm not worrying too much, although I'm pretty sure that I'm just showing the consideration that any man she's sworn his love to a woman should show, or would show. Or maybe Saya doesn't understand that a man faced with a woman's naked body can't help but react regardless of his feeling. Jesus Christ. Aha, how funny. You really are kind. Yeah? I think that this man should be purged from the earth. I only did this so that she could please you. If you like her and enjoy spending time with her, then I'll be happy too. You have nothing to be shy about. I hate to say this, but I struggle to find the right words to express my true feelings. Men are, well, really depraved creatures, and I mean, Yo's body has features that yours doesn't, right? So even though it's nothing like my love for you, I can't help but get aroused. Jesus Christ. Yeah, send this man to the fucking sun. With each word that I squeeze from my lips, I cringe more and more. Saya's grin grows wider and wider until finally she starts shaking with laughter. I know, Saya exclaims jovially, patting my shoulder with one hand and wiping tears from her eyes with the other. There's no reason to be ashamed of your natural male instinct. Are you sure? I ask again, as though trying to force her to say no. Oh, Jesus Christ. Saya answered me with a smile, whose like I have never seen before. It is calm, so terribly calm, and there is something bewitching about the soft set of her lips that sets it apart from her usual bright, childish expression. You and I are lovers, and Tsukuba Yo is our pet. She will be reminded of that when we play with her every day from now on. I finally know why Saya chose Yo, for the venom in her voice and smile does not escape me. Although she can no longer answer if asked, Yo would surely have chosen death over this fate. And that is the very reason Saya visited upon... How wicked and terrible Saya is. Estefania, you wanted this game, man. Perhaps others would fear and loathe her. I mean, you watch a lot of true crime, so I guess this might not be... This is a lot. Perhaps others would fear and loathe her. I, however, find her malevolence irresistibly charming. The horrifying cruelty of what she has done to Yo is so very human. Though her shape may be different, her soul is the same as ours. When I look upon Yo's wretched form, I see the intensity and passion of Saya's love for me, for the flames that have consumed Yo are fueled by that very love. I find myself enthusiastically accepting Saya's present. This is definitely the most Ted, don't worry, it gets worse. I'm really... This will probably be... This game for me is like my, like... I don't think I need to go beyond this point. There are way more fucked up games than this. But I don't think I need to go to there. There's a disturbing games iceberg that you can go off of. This game's on that list, but there are games below that, and I'm not going down. Yeah, there's a game called I'm continuing on this game. I'm not gonna play those other games though. Those other games are... I'll have to send you the video for it. I find myself, and I should probably still keep up OBS. I find myself enthusiastically accepting Saya's present. Do you like this pet too? Yeah, she's very pretty and feels good to touch. So you'll enjoy playing with her too, right? I don't have to hold back, do I? Of course I will. Grinning happily, Saya grabs a chain and pulls Yo to her feet. Ah, try touching her, Fuminari. She's really nice and soft. I'm just gonna, preemptively. Okay. As Yo looks up at me, teary, pleading eyes, I approach and let my gaze roam freely over her lush body and ripe breasts. I run my finger through her hair, finding it as smooth. Okay, maybe we're okay. finding it as smooth as Saya's, enjoying the feel. I continue to caress Yo's head. Her fearful expression softens a little. Perhaps she remembers me in some part of her mind and believes even now that I will be kind to her. How foolish. Wah! We didn't see that. All right. I knew, man, those are the jump scares that are worse. I'm sure someone is. That one with the hat. Someone, unfortunately, is. I stop stroking her hair and calmly seize both of her breasts. She flinches in pain at the sudden rough treatment, but I ignore her and continue to, oh my god, knead her breasts as my lust demands. They're incredibly soft when I squeeze them. It's like my fingers are being sucked into... Once again, just gonna... This part's gonna be really disturbing. You have been warned. The tears in Yo's eyes cause a new sadistic desire to well up within me. She must not have been sufficiently prepared, as her choked scream is like that of a dying animal. In fact, it reminds me of how Suzumi screamed when I stabbed him with my knife. Looks painful, Saya says, peering curiously at Yo's tear-streaked face. Is she pleasing you? You could say that. The hypnotic... Oh my god. The hypnotic quivering of her thighs as she trembles beneath me, her breasts heaving like storm-tossed ship... What kind of description is that? These sights and sensations are enough to stimulate my basest lust. I hope this man just gets set ablaze, and the night has only just begun. Oh my god. Later, as I lie on my bed, drained of energy, I consider what my life will be like from now on. Saya is resting in my arms. Yo is curled up on the floor. Yesterday, I could not have imagined that the three of us would be a family. A new home, new food, a new family. All granted to me by Saya. She has selflessly led me from the brink of death to find new joy amid despair. And I, too, have changed. I have killed 2 people with my own hands and made a third my mindless slave. Without a doubt, I am no longer the Sakisaka Fuminari I once was. How far will Saya take me? What will I become? I feel somewhat unsure, though not discouraged, about the unknown world into which we are heading, and so, while playing with Saya's hair, I ask, Saya, what are you? I'm scared to hit the next... I don't expect an answer. If Saya's asleep or doesn't want to respond, I won't mind. Saya lifts her head, however, and draws my gaze into the deep pools of her eyes. It's kind of hard to explain. She thinks of for a while, searching for the right words, then simply says, you know the dandelion flower, the one that scatters its seed on the wind? Yeah? The wind carries those fluffy seeds far, far from where they were born. What if one of them ends up in a desert where not even a single blade of grass is growing? If you can imagine how that lone seed will feel, then you might be able to understand me. As I consider Saya's answer, she continues her story. That seed is still a baby flower. If it does its best, it can turn even a desert into a garden. Maybe that little seed will decide to thrive. Maybe it will decide to grow and multiply so that it can turn the whole desert into a field of dandelions. What do you think can give it the strength to do so? What? I whispered in trance. Saya smiles softly and caresses my cheek. All it needs is to be loved by just one person in the whole desert. All it needs is to be told how pretty dandelions are. The loving touch of her slender fingers fills me with peace and joy. I love you. I pull her into my chest, nodding silently. Stay with me forever. Never leave my side. I promise. Basking in the soft warmth of our love for each other, we sink into the oblivion of sleep. Meanwhile, in the fucking well, he has been buried alive. His world is the silence and cold of the grave. Ever since his voice gave out and he lost his strength to scream, no coherent thought has passed through Koji's mind. Perhaps this is his brain's way of protecting him from despair. Instead, he dreams. Images flash before his eyes. Random, unconnected scenes from his 20 years of life. Not all are of happy times. There are sad, painful memories as well, but even these are pleasantly warm compared to the death that is now encroaching upon him. He dreams of mountains. His older brother once took him hunting for insects when he was a child. They sealed their caught butterflies in a plastic bag, only to later find themselves holding a bag of tiny corpses. He dreams of his lover. They met at a mixer where he'd been the only one to realize that she couldn't hold her liquor. After she'd had too much to drink, he looked after her while she vomited in the back alley. They toasted each other with canned juice, and then... He dreams that he is diving into a black sea. When he reaches the bottom, he looks up to see the moon shining through the surface of the water. As he gazes up at the circle of light, entranced by its roundness and brilliance, the distant rumbling of an engine reaches his ears. Something still conscious within him tells him that this dream is wrong. Have I gone diving at night before? Hello, Sven. Jesus, dude, you are very, very late. I hope everything's good. Maybe you've already played this game. I'm not sure. The dots begin to connect his mind, forming a barrier to separate his dreams from reality. What is bothering him? Of course, the sound. The engine noise gradually fades to a low idling, then abruptly gives way to silence, followed by the sound of a door opening and closing. This isn't a dream. These sounds are real. Yeah. Understanding comes like a sudden blow. This isn't the bottom of the sea, and that circle of light isn't the moon. It's the mouth of the well. The sun has already risen, and someone is right outside with a car. The last piece falls into place, and it becomes Tono Koji once more. Help! Koji shouts, surprised by how easily his voice emerges. His desperation blocks out the pain of his raw throat. Hey, I'm down here in the well. Help me! He screams. He keeps screaming with all his might. Soon the echoes in the cramped well become deafening, and he is no longer certain of if his screams have meaning or if he is just howling wordlessly. Nevertheless, he continues. His only desire is to be heard, lest he die forgotten at the bottom of this well. Yeah, horrors beyond your imagination. That's about right. Koji's wait is not long, but even a minute feels like an eternity on the edge of despair. Soon the circle of light above him is partially eclipsed by the silhouette of a person staring down into the well. Tono? You alive down there? A woman's voice. Koji has heard it somewhere before, but for some reason cannot remember to whom it belongs. Just hold on, I'll get you out. The silhouette vanishes, restoring the light to a perfect circle. Fear of being left alone again threatens to send Koji into a panic, but his reason has recovered enough to resist. She said she's going to get me out. I haven't been abandoned. While waiting, he gingerly tests his body, which he had forgotten all about until now. His joints ache and his fingers and toes are numb, but though exhausted, he's still in one piece. After some time, the silhouette reappears at the top of the well. No, it's okay. Are you hurt? Can you climb a rope on your own? Yeah. Yeah, it's a whole bit. Yeah, this game is... I'm surprised you haven't heard of it. No, I don't think so. Koji lacks the confidence to attempt such a feat. His frozen fingers can barely move. Oh well, I'm coming down. After a brief pause, the owner of the voice tosses a knotted climbing rope into the well. He grabs the rope as soon as it reaches him. The rough threads bite into his palm, and relief nearly overwhelms him at the sensation. This is really happening. He's really safe. Now that he's free from despair, questions leap to the forefront of his mind. First among him, who is his savior? The rope shakes as the woman climbs carefully down, the beam from the floodlight slung over her shoulder, pushing back the shadow cast by her body. Soon she is standing in the same mud as Koji, and he finds himself face to face with Doctor? Dr. Hot Lady is here. Were you expecting someone else? Koji indeed had not imagined that his savior would turn out to be Dr. Tanbo Ryoko. Of course, it took him a moment to recognize her. Instead of a white gown and tight skirt, she was wearing a heavy leather coat, denim jeans, and boots with no heel. She must have expected a hike through the mountains. Her light is a blocky, all-purpose type featuring side-mounted fluorescent runners, in addition to the main floodlight, survival gear, and professional grade by the look of it. You look awful, Dr. Tanbo says Riley, as she gives Koji a once-over. Here, drink this. She pulls a flask out of her pocket and hands it to him. Go slow. Take small sips. It should help a little. Thank you. She walks around with a flask? Maybe Koji's just old-fashioned, but it doesn't seem appropriate for a young woman and a doctor at that. Nevertheless, he unscrews the cap and takes a swig and struggles to keep from coughing as the potent liquor sears his tongue. What is this? Spiritus vodka. Good for disinfecting wounds in a pinch and also does a fine job of setting things on fire. Her tone is straightforward and quite serious. Koji can only gape at the doctor, the dark smile on her face doing little to ease his confusion. Is this really Dr. Tanbo? There's no trace of the bookish, mild-mannered woman Koji met at the hospital. Her expression is now set in a hard mask, and her eyes are sharp and wary. In the darkness at the bottom of the well, it is possible, however unlikely, that the change in her features is due to the ominous shadows cast by her lamp. It's not so easy, however, to explain the change in her demeanor. Why are you here? You called me, didn't you? Ryoko replies brusquely, glaring at Koji like an annoyed professor. I tried calling back, but you didn't answer. Neither did your friend Tsukuba. Am I supposed to think everything's fine? No, but Koji still doesn't understand why she acted so quickly, but it's a different part of what she just said that seizes his attention. Wait, Tsukuba, you called her too? Like I said, she didn't pick up either. To be honest, I figured you were both dead already. That's right, he almost died at the hands of the man he thought was his best friend. Anger and frustration well up inside of him. He can't forgive Fuminori's betrayal, nor can he forgive himself for his foolishness. And now he has no idea Tsukuba is safe. Fuminori tried to kill Koji, but could he have done the same to her? Calm down, why don't you? Ryoko says irritably, turning away to examine the inside of the well. There's nothing you can do from here. If you thought something was wrong, Koji says to her back, then you must have called the police, right? The police? Still engrossed in her examination of the walls, Ryoko laughs scornfully at the idea. So you still think that's the way out, do you? What's that supposed to mean? Annoyed by her condescending attitude, Koji is about to demand answers that when she cuts him off with a gesture and shines her light at a corner of the well. You didn't notice this? Huh? In the light of the lamp, Koji sees that some of the stones are a different shade than the rest of the wall. This must be what Ryoko was looking for. Huh, no, there wasn't enough light. Ryoko's gaze moves slowly along the wall, finally coming to rest on a gap between two of the stones. The hole is just wide enough for an adult to reach into open-handed. You sure picked the right well to fall down, Ryoko says with a grim smile. Like they say, it's always the last place you look. She wastes no time thrusting her hand into the opening. After she feels around for a few seconds, Koji hears the thunk of something solid coming together behind the wall. Doctor? Ryoko pulls her hand out and gives the different colored stones a gentle push. With the rumble of weight shifting, the stones slide smoothly back into the wall. So that's how he fooled me. I had no idea this was here the last time I came. You've been here before? Koji once answers, but Ryoko ignores him and peers into the opening. In the beam of her floodlight, Koji can see a concrete tunnel leading into the mountain. I'm going on ahead. You'd better stay here. Her warning is utterly devoid of warmth. Considering his options, Koji looks from the tunnel to the rope and back again. He's practically sweating now, thanks to the 190 proof vodka he just drank, but although feeling has returned to his fingers, he still doesn't have the strength to climb. That said, the thought of being alone in the well again makes him shiver. I'll go too. Please take me with you. Have it your way. Ryoko steps into the tunnel without looking back, and Koji doesn't hesitate to follow. You were pretty different the last time we met, Koji says sarcastically, following Ryoko as she moves cautiously down the tunnel with her light leading the way. This isn't the hospital, and you're not my patient. This service doesn't come with a smile. So this is who you really are? I wonder, does it matter? Ryoko suddenly stops and stares at the floor. When Koji looks over her shoulder, he sees a dust-covered rope lying coiled up in the middle of the path. What is it? Something left by the last guy who came down that well. Ryoko picks up the rope, examines it, and hands it to Koji. It's about twice as long as my rope. It has a knot in it, and both ends have been severed. They were connected before to make a circle. Huh? You loop one end of the circle around something topside, then use the rest to climb down into the well. When you're at the bottom, you can cut the circle open and pull the whole rope in with you. That way, there's nothing to show where you went. Ryoko shines her light down the tunnel, revealing that it ends in a closed wooden door about 10 meters ahead. That's how he avoided detection. Really got me good. You said you've been here before? Yeah, you and Sakisaka aren't the only ones, Ryoko says dryly. I checked Ogai's cabin a while back. Lord. As Ryoko speaks, she opens her coat and pulls out what she had hanging underneath it. If there aren't any other exits, then he's still behind that door. At first, Koji thinks that she is holding a steel pipe, amazed that she would be carrying a weapon. Koji looks closer and is appalled when he realizes what it really is, a gun. And not one of those sleek handguns that he's seen in the movies, but a double-barreled shotgun. The stock and barrels have been sawed down for easier concealment, enhancing its aura of brutal efficiency. What is that? A 12-gauge, Ryoko replies blandly, as though naming a brand of cigarettes. I don't have a permit, and cutting it down would be illegal even if I did. Any other questions? What are you planning to do with that thing? Ryoko looks over her shoulder and gives Koji her most chilling smile yet. When I first learned what Ogai was doing, I was a model citizen, never even gotten a ticket. The woman whom Koji believed was just a normal doctor waves her sawed-off shotgun momentarily as she continues, her tone sharp and bitter. If I had had this back then, I would have killed Ogai before he got away. Maybe then none of this would have happened. I feel bad about that, really. Koji listens in silence, helpless to do anything but watch as understanding moves farther and farther out of his grasp. In other words, everything I do from here on out is to clean up this mess that you and your friends have stepped in. Remember that and don't ask any unnecessary questions, got it? Koji can only nod weakly in response. With the light in her left hand and the shotgun in her right, Ryoko walks up to the door and takes a deep breath. Then she kicks the door open, putting her full weight behind the blow. With a disappointingly feeble sound, the door breaks off its hinges and falls into the room. Dust billows like white smoke in the beam of Ryoko's light. The room is large, at least 35 meters square. The tile floor is set with drainage grates, and there's no mistaking the operating table sitting in the middle of the room. Cabinets full of enamelware and drugs line one side of the space, and against the opposite wall stand a writing desk and bookshelves. Those things Koji recognizes, the mysterious objects cluttering the tables and shelves, however, are beyond his comprehension. Mirrors delicately engraved with complex patterns, grotesque statues and masks that have been left by a race of savages, tapestries woven in nauseating arrays of color, a crystal ball the size of an infant's head. Any would fetch a hefty price at an antique store, if not for the one thing they all have in common. Every last piece is so loathsome and foul that Koji feels sick just looking at it. It's as though each was designed for the sole sinister purpose of immortalizing its creature's hatred of the world. Rare-looking books of this sort that he found in Ogai's home are piled here and there, and on one shelf are stacked some scrolls that look to be made of some kind of sheepskin or papyrus. Whatever it is, it's not paper. Finally, there are the indecipherable chalk patterns and symbols filling every available space on the walls. Even the two sliding blackboards are covered in strange, unreadable scribblings. Just looking at them is making Koji dizzy. Don't look, Ryoko snaps at him. Listen, don't move, or whatever you do, don't touch anything. Even if something draws your attention, don't look at it. If you see something that feels wrong, stare at your shoes. Got it? Yeah. Ryoko switches her light's fluorescent runners on and sets it on a nearby table where it can illuminate the whole room. She then holsters her shotgun only to pull out an even more confusing set of tools, a digital camera, and a can of spray paint. She gives the can in her left hand a good shake, switches the camera in her right hand on, and steps up to the blackboard while looking at the camera's side-mounted screen. After recording one set of symbols, she covers it with a thick layer of paint, then moves on to the next. Doctor? Lesson 1. Never look at strange symbols or read anything written in unusual languages like Latin. Use a camera to record them for later, then paint over the original. Now that she mentions it, Koji realizes that she's only looking at the screen of her camera. Even then, only in short glimpses and never directly at any of the drawings. He understands that what she's saying, but it still doesn't make any sense. Why do you have to... Now that you've come this far, you'd better shut up and listen for your own good. Things like crystal balls and mirrors are dangerous. Anything can happen if you break them, so it's best to cover them with a cloth or paint over them for the time being. Koji begins to fear that this doctor might be even crazier than Fuminari. Despite the burst of energy he received from the vodka, Koji is still exhausted from his night in the well. The fear is affecting his body, making him dizzy and nauseous. Soon the walls are covered in black paint, and the stale air is thick with the smell of turpentine. That should do for now, Ryoko says with relief. Then tosses the empty can aside and puts away her video camera. What happened to Ogai? Koji asks, supporting himself against a nearby table. Oh, he was over there. Without stopping her examination of the papers on the writing table, Ryoko points nonchalantly to a Chinese-style screen standing in one corner of the room. He was there? Her clinical choice of tense makes her meaning instantly obvious. The urge to see for himself is irresistible. Koji staggers across the room to the screen, taking the utmost care not to look at the scaly octopus thing that is painted on it. Behind the screen is a large easy chair. Although he's never met the man before, Koji is fairly certain that the person sitting in it is Ogai Masahiko. Yeah, he dead. Ogai's corpse must have shrunk significantly while drying in this sealed chamber. The body is barely the size of a child's, with only the business suit hanging from the bones offering any hint of Ogai's former stature. His empty eye sockets and wide open jaw are filled with darkness, the same darkness that surrounded Koji at the bottom of the well. Compared to those gaping voids, the tiny hole in Ogai's right temple is almost a mirror. The revolver that he presumably used to kill himself is still clenched in his dangling right hand. It looks like a child's toy compared to Ryoko's shotgun. Ryoko must have noticed Ogai's corpse while she was spray painting the walls, and still she kept working without batting an eyelash. Eyelash? Impressive, though not exactly surprising after what he's been through. It's getting difficult to remember the last time he spoke to someone sane. But it's not for her. Koji reminds himself with a bitter smirk he would have ended up joining this mummified corpse here, and no one would ever have found him. Oh my god. Koji's vision suddenly dims. He's pushed himself too hard, and the spiritus vodka can't help him anymore. He collapses to the floor, unable to hang on to his slipping consciousness, and the last thing he sees are Ogai Masahiko's gaping eye sockets staring at him. When he wakes, Koji finds himself lying on something dry and soft. A bed is a bed, he thinks to himself, even though that one that smells of mold and dust. Especially after sleeping in cold mud all night, there are no lights hanging from the ceiling, but the soft, warm light of a lamp fills the room. Simple furnishings, non-existent decor. Koji realizes that he's in Ogai's cabin in the bedroom that he searched before Fuminari pushed him into the well. You awake? Ryoko is sitting in a chair against the wall, her expression blank as she studies the pile of documents on the table in front of her. She must have brought them up from Ogai's underground lab. I'm going to check something real quick. I want to see how long this game is. Song of Saya is 4.5 hours? Well, that can't be right. We'd be 20 minutes from the end then. I mean, if we're about to hit the end, then I'm gonna check to see where we're at in the actual game real quick. Oops. Boop 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 a doop boop a doo boop 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 a doop boop a doo. Oh bullshit! We're still like oh wait, hold up. Common route. Oh my god. I don't know. Do I keep going? I mean, you guys are still here, so... fuck. Ryoko is sitting in a chair against the wall, her expression blank as she studies the pile of documents on the table. David, welcome to the stream. Yay, yeah, dude, She must have brought them up from Ogai's underground lab. She turns the page and takes a bite from the sandwich in her free hand. If you feel up to eating, there's food over there. Without looking up from the files, she gestures towards the convenience store bag sitting on the nightstand. I'm sorry, Sven. How did I get here? Koji can't imagine that a woman, even a woman like Ryoko, could have climbed out of the well with him on her back. There was a door behind one of the bookshelves down there, Ryoko mutters, taking care not to let the explanation interfere with her reading or eating. When I finally got it open, it led to the boiler room underneath the cabin. The other side was hidden with a thin layer of mortar. I figured that's how he got most of his supplies down there. Once he had everything he needed, he could seal it up and use the well instead of... pretty thorough. Was there really something in there that he needed to hide? There used to be. This is the last of it. Having finished her sandwich, Ryoko picks up some unsorted papers with her free hand and waves them in the air. Not all scholars want to get on stage at a symposium and show their research to the world, you know. Some nutcases get their kicks by learning secrets no one else knows and by being buried with those secrets in hidden tombs that no one will ever find. Koji still hasn't the slightest idea that what Ogai's secret might have been. From what Ryoko said in that tunnel, however, he can guess that Fuminari is somehow involved. What happened to Fuminari? Koji asked desperately, no longer caring who he gets answers from. What does he have to do with that body down there? Just what is it that you're after? That's what I'm trying to find out, Ryoko replies coldly, as though Koji's concerns are none of hers. Sagisaka told me that he was acting on behalf of one of Ogai's relatives. Yes, he told me the same thing. Oh, well, at least that's consistent. Ryoko pulls several sheets of loose-leaf paper from a different file. The truth is that Ogai has no relatives. I thought that Sagisaka was simply lying. However, there was another possibility I should have considered. He might have been tricked by someone claiming to be Ogai's family. Ryoko pauses and looks sidelong at Koji. Does the name Saya ring a bell? Saya? No, who is that? Who or what is the question, but the more I read, the less I understand. She sighs bitterly, then returns her attention to the papers in her hand. All I can say for sure is that it appears to have been the focus of Ogai's research. If Sagisaka is involved with whatever Saya is, then he's already past the point of no return. The icy certainty in Ryoko's voice sends a chill down Koji's spine. If so, then what will you do? He has to ask, even though he already knows the answer. It's like I said, Ryoko replies, smirking at the tension in Koji's voice. I have no idea how many times I've wished I'd kill Ogai when I had the chance. I won't make the same mistake twice. If I go to the police, it'll all be over. Ryoko doesn't respond, as though she didn't even hear what Koji just said. Fuminari tried to kill me, Koji continues persistently. If I report him, he'll be arrested and... Ryoko cuts him off harshly. You have witnesses? Proof? What was Sakisaga's motive? You know, Tono, you're completely misunderstanding what the police do. Their job isn't to fight for justice or even to keep people safe. What are you saying? Finding reasonable explanations for unreasonable events, that's what the police are for. They will always choose to believe the simplest, most logical explanation. Just like how water always flows downhill, they aren't interested in the truth. They don't know or care that the truth is often stranger than fiction. They can't all be like that. I know what I won't know until I try. Exactly, Ryoko states, as she pulls another sandwich out of the bag. That's the problem. She hasn't spared Koji a second glance since looking at him earlier. Even while talking, her attention is always focused on the papers in front of her. Let's say you accuse your friend of pushing you into a well. In addition to your statement, the police will consider two alternate versions of the truth. Maybe you're making it all up to frame your friend. Or, even simpler, it was an accident. You fell into the well by yourself and the shock has made you paranoid or delusional. These three possibilities will compete to see which comes out with the most convincing evidence. No one knows which will be the winner. Are you willing to bet everything you have on your truth? Koji has no response. Can he really explain with cold, clear logic what drove Fuminari to do what he did? How can he convince anyone else when he doesn't even understand it himself? And here's the biggest problem, Ryoko says calmly, cutting into Koji's thoughts. While you're raising hell with the police, we'll lose our chance to corner Sakisaka. If he sees trouble coming, he'll go into hiding, and then we'll be right back at square one. She pauses to take a bite of her sandwich before finishing. Just like when I let Ogai get away. A heavy silence falls upon them, with only the soft rustle of pages turning in Ryoko's hands to mark the passage of time. Please tell me, Doctor, Koji says, his hushed voice breaking through the quiet. What crime is so unforgivable that you're determined to take justice into your own hands? What exactly did Ogai do in that room down there? Once again, Ryoko ignores Koji's question. This time, however, Koji doesn't back down. His silent glare demands her attention as she pours through the documents before her. After some time, Ryoko arranges the papers in her hands and sets them aside as though having to come to some conclusion. Then she turns her chair to face Koji for the first time since he awoke. Listen, Tono, her hard stare belies the calmness of her voice. You need to get out of this while you still can. There are still a lot of fine hot springs around here. Go relax and don't return to Tokyo until you're ready to forget any of this ever happened. Forget? Koji feels anger rise within him. Omi was my girlfriend. Fuminari was my best friend, and you're telling me to forget about them? Yeah, forget about them, Ryoko replies, coolly rebuffing Koji's anger. This isn't a suggestion, it's a warning. Whatever they were to you, that's all over now. You'll never see them again, I guarantee it. Then what about Tsukuba? Koji shouts, unable to control himself. She begged me for help on the phone. Something terrible was happening to her. And how many hours ago was that? Do you know how much time has passed since I saved you? How much longer do you think you would have lasted down there if I hadn't? She shakes her head, then declares coldly, it's too late. She's already dead. Don't expect everyone to be as lucky as you. You heartless, Koji growls, unable to suppress his anger. If you'd found me dead in that well, you wouldn't have thought anything of it, would you? I was prepared for that, of course, Ryoko says with a shrug, unfazed by Koji's ire. I hardly expected to find you alive. It is futile to argue with this woman, Koji realizes. Her values are fundamentally different from his own. Nothing he can say will ever move her. Koji gets out of bed and stands on shaky legs. How long have I been asleep? About half a day. I envy your ability to recover so quickly. It's a privilege of youth, so enjoy it while it lasts. Koji looks at his watch and sees that it's 4 a.m, which means that it was already early evening when Ryoko rescued him, and he can't believe that he survived in that well for almost 2 days. Now that the gaps in his memory have been filled and his sense of time has returned, he realizes that it's already Sunday morning. Ryoko's right. A lot of time has passed since he spoke to Yo on the phone. Koji grabs a sports drink and 2 jelly packs from the bag of food that Ryoko brought, then heads for the door. His legs are still a little unsteady, but he can compensate for that with sheer willpower. Just to make sure, mind telling me where you're going? Tokyo, Koji replies brusquely, his tone as hard as hers. Tsukuba might still be alive. I'm going to save her. You just don't listen, do you? I could say the same about you. Koji is expecting Ryoko to watch him go out with that cold, mocking smile of hers. Instead, however, she sighs heavily and rests her jaw on her hands. Can't you wait a little longer somewhere in here? She thrusts her chin at the mountain of papers in front of her. Is the answer to what this thing called Saya is? I think you should wait until I figure that out and come up with a plan to deal with it. You would think that, since you're already convinced that Tsukuba is dead. In truth, Koji is extremely uneasy about going it alone. At the same time, however, he knows that he mustn't depend on Ryoko. She's made it clear that she doesn't care about saving lives. Teaming up with her only make it more difficult to salvage something, anything, out of this nightmare. Tono, Ryoko calls just before Koji steps out the door. You almost got killed once already. Don't let it happen again. She picks something up from the table and tosses it to Koji. When Koji catches it, he feels its solid weight fill his hand. A gun. Koji stares at the menacing shape of cold metal. It's a revolver, the same one that was clenched in Ogai's skeletal fist. It has 4 more shots. There's no safety, so just pull the trigger to fire. How you use it is up to you. If Koji were his usual cautious self, he would not hesitate to reject the dangerous offering. The only time you truly need a gun is when all hope is lost. He'd prefer not to fight a losing war. And yet, even without even knowing it, Koji has already set foot into Ryoko's world. Choosing instinct over reason, he accepts the small but deadly weapon and stuffs it into his pocket. There is no question that Koji intends to save Yo and bring Fuminari to answer for his crimes. In the back of his mind, however, he can hear the footsteps of ruin approaching. When he steps out of the cabin's front door, Koji shivers as the wind tears into his skin. To his surprise, the outside air is even colder than the mud at the bottom of the well. Perhaps the cramped space mitigated the cold somewhat. If he had been exposed to this chill all night long, he would surely have frozen to death. Koji finds 2 cars parked in the yard. The smaller car next to his must be Ryoko's. When he sits behind the wheel of his car, he gets some relief from the feeling that he has taken the first step, however small, back into his world. He sips the sports drink, wetting his parched throat, then washes down some jelly. His stomach rebels at the sudden influx of food after 36 hours on empty, but he manages to force down the urge to vomit. Koji needs the energy. No matter how hard it is, he must regain enough stamina to overcome the challenges ahead. After forcing down as much food as he can handle, Koji leans back in his seat and takes a short break. When he begins to feel like himself again, he reaches into the back seat and pulls his spare cell phone out of his bag. He never expected that carrying 2 phones would be such a stroke of luck. As he calls up Fuminari's number and prepares to hit send, Koji is overcome by a flood of emotion. Rage, despair, sorrow, pity. He is unable to decide what to feel toward his friend. However, there is no time to dwell on he passed. Every second lost diminishes the chance of saving Omi and Yo. Well, Omi and Yo, well. Koji refuses to consider that it may already be too late. He steels himself and presses the button, then holds the phone to his ear. As it rings, the shrill sound seems to go on for longer than it ever has in his life. Right now, Fuminari's phone must be displaying the name of the caller. Koji wonders what his reaction will be when he sees it. The call goes through. In the silence on the other end of the phone, Koji senses surprise, apprehension, and dark fury. Feeling slightly gratified, Koji delivers the first jab. What, weren't expecting a call from a dead man? I'm surprised. How did you manage it? As Koji is about to answer it, an idea suddenly comes to him. There was a secret passage in the well, Koji says, a plan forming rapidly in his mind. It led to a hidden underground lab. He pauses to let that sink in. Then, with satisfaction filling his voice, he says, I met Ogai Masahiko. Fuminari's gas tells Koji that the advantage is his. Keeping his voice bold, he decides to further exaggerate the truth. I know it all, everything about Saya. You're finished, Fuminari. I got all the proof I need to blow this thing wide open. You won't even see it coming. You son of a bitch. It's obvious from Fuminari's tone that rage has overwhelmed his reason. Koji's bluff is working perfectly. His victory is tainted, however, as Fuminari's response to the name, Saya, brings a cry of anguish from the corner of his heart that still wants to believe his friend can be saved. If Sakisaka is involved with whatever Saya is, Ryoko's words play back in his head, sounding even colder than before. Then he's already past the point of no return. He mustn't allow emotion to sway him. Where are Omi and Yo? Koji suddenly switches topics, trying to keep Fuminari off balance. It all comes down to this. Depending on your answer, I might be willing to cut you a deal. If you swear not to cause any more harm, I'll forget about what you did to me and about what I found at the cabin. I don't want anything more to do with you and Saya anyway. All I want is Omi and Yo to be safe. Omi and Yo. Fuminari's voice trails off. He's obviously trying to decide how far Koji can be trusted and whether there's room for negotiation. Fuminari has been called out, and now it's time for him to show his hand. I honestly don't know anything about Omi. She never came by my house. Yo, on the other hand. Fuminari pauses, then gives a knowing chuckle that sends chills up Koji's spine. Well, I wonder if she'll really want to leave. She's with you, isn't she? Koji is relieved to learn Yo's location and that she is at least still alive. At the same time, however, he remembers that horrifying phone call. It is clear now that Fuminari played some part in Yo's suffering. Had she already fallen into his trap back then? What has happened to her? How is she being treated? Her wish has finally come true. Fuminari says with venomous sarcasm, "She's my property now. I guess you and Omi got what you wanted after all." Koji feels despair settle over his soul. How much lower will this man go? Must Fuminari seek out and destroy every memory of the friendship they once shared? Let Tsukuba go. When I'm sure she's safe, I'll destroy everything I had on you and Saya. How can I trust you? First, I want you to... I'm not giving you a choice here, Fuminari. Koji instinctively realizes that it's dangerous to push his bluff any further. I'll call again later. You have until to make up your mind. He hangs up without waiting for a response. Fuminari doesn't know what Koji is still at the cabin in Toshigi. Right now, he's probably worrying about whether Koji will show up in 1 hour or 1 minute. Koji hopes that he'll be able to take advantage of Fuminari's confusion. 3 hours, that's how long it will take to race all the way back to Tokyo. Koji is afraid that his body won't carry him through such a long drive. His mind is clear, but his limbs still feel half asleep, like they're weighted down with lead. Although he knows that he has to stay resolute, Koji still longs for the peace he had just a few days ago, when life or death struggles were the furthest thing from his mind. Back then, he could never have imagined himself fighting to rescue a friend from the clutches of a madman. With each passing moment, he feels himself becoming less like a person he was. When all of this is over, will he be able to return to his old life, or will this change continue until it has consumed him utterly? Time is against him. Every second that passes is wasted. Even so, he decides to allow himself just 5 minutes of weakness. For exactly 5 minutes, he leans against the steering wheel and cries. And when his tears have run dry, his heart is calm. Koji starts up his car and drives away. I'm going to do something here that's probably going to make you guys upset, but I'm very tired and I want to go to bed. But I am going to finish this, I promise. It might not be tomorrow, but I'm thinking Monday. There's a lot to read. Sven, I've been reading this for 4.5 hours. I've been reading this for 4.5 hours, so... yeah, it's a lot. It's a lot to read. I don't mind it though. Like if you guys are into it too, like I like reading to you guys. But yeah, I'm gonna save this. Open save menu. How do I'm scared to hit anything. Alright, that seems like it's been saved. Yeah, that looks saved to me. Last time I played this was in July. Jesus. I am tired, and my throat is dry. Alright, I've saved it, so we'll get back into it next time. But I want to thank... There was a lot of people here tonight, so... Of all the games. Thank you, Discount Haunting. Thank you, David. Thank you, John. Thank you, Aiden, KZ, Random Guy, Sven, Devin, Wonder Red, Bert the Host, Helen, Sabrizi. That one with the hat, Sane, and Estefania, and my hiccups. All right. Yes, we'll finish the game. Don't worry. There isn't much left. I think the next game stream, because I'm not sure what I'm doing. I think I'm supposed to be playing Fortnite tomorrow, but I don't know. But yeah, we'll finish this up because I also want to know what happens at the end. The finale is going to be wild, I'm sure, because this game's been an absolute fucking trip. But yeah, if you haven't subscribed yet, make sure that you do. Make sure to like the stream. Thanks for subscribing. 749 subscribers. This is one of my most watched streams now. I take that what you will. But yeah, make sure to subscribe. Make sure to like the stream. And make sure to, if you'd like to support the channel, donate. And that's it. I'm going to bed. I'm going to go brush my teeth. I'll see you guys later. Have a nice night. Good night, everybody. Bye. See ya.